Okay, we're live. I'm going to change some settings, let people join here. Okay. Bunch of people here already. Holy. Hello, everyone. Okay, so last time we got some algae vats and an autoclave to produce Prismarine. This took us 5.5 hours, so now we have Prismarine. I really love this. I really love GTNH, but since then I have quickly blocked out all the machines we'll still need, and now we're going to build them. I'm just going to place the machines, and then we'll worry about actually getting it to work later. Do I not know how to spell disillusion, or do we not have that? Holy peak. There we go. Should have that auto-craftable. Vibrant rotors? Yeah, okay. I guess not. Fine. You know what, screw this. Music's great and all, but I added more music, and I want it. We're so back. Is it loud enough? Okay, so the problem with this music is if I do anything interesting, I can't include it in the video, because this music is copyrighted. But I don't earn on these streams, and so it's fine here. Just can't have it in the video. But I want it's so good. It's so good. Okay, right, 2 assembler. I've actually never played FTL, but I remember when I was younger, my brothers would always play it and I'd watch them. Can I spell disillusion? Good grief. Well, that's so many times now. I keep a lock in this stream. There's no one else on the server right now because I've chosen an earlier time where there's not as many people, and so I might actually. So there's our 2 dissolution tanks. We need a chemical bath. Then this is a chem plant, so we'll get that there. And then this is a laser engraver. This music makes me want to play FTL, though. Because I've watched a lot of it. It looks very interesting. I've just never actually gone and played it. We're out of glass bottles. I need a new way to make glass. Yeah, it's a super bus. It's also just an interface. Do you have oxygen in you already? Yeah, it's an IV input hatch. That should be good enough, because it only uses, like, a tiny amount. We already have this. I guess it's prioritizing the wrong glass recipe. Here, that would be it. Or is that? Oh, I think I see what's happening. We make all of our molten glass from glass bottles, and then if we ever want glass plates here, then it's gonna use this. Also, I'm kind of noticing that I sound a little bit different. I don't know if you guys do, but I got a bunch of dental work done in the last few days. Very painful mouth right now. I know I've mentioned before my cursed ass mouth. Got very unlucky with my with my genes, but it's not just like canker sores and stuff that I get so often, but also all of my teeth are just misshapen and out of alignment. It's awful. What music is this? This is FTL. Prismarine the only thing done yesterday. There was some osmium production. I got an osmium B. There's also the Prismarine B for Prismarine. But I got an osmium B, produces osmium here, and then 9 made a system to turn that osmium into, well, osmium. It's just it's osmium solution. He has to turn it into actual usable osmium. And then the other thing that happened, which was mostly 9 and Goose, was this. We have a laser network, which right now can do up to 4,096 amps of ZPM, which I think is like, yeah, here, it's 536 million EU per tick per laser. So these can do a truly outlandish amount of electricity, and this will be our endgame power distribution. So all of these systems right now are being powered through lasers. Same. Yeah, Captain Eggy, I saw you say that last stream, and you literally got fillings at the exact same time as me, which is hilarious. Okay, right, as replacing that glass pattern, we should be able to make this now. Yep. Dude, this song is still stuck in my head from the first time I heard it back in 2013. Okay, wait, are you not crafting? Where'd you go? Oh, smart. These are all raised off the ground. That's kind of annoying. This means hell until Kevlar. I don't think you know. Kevlar B makes Kevlar nuggets, which, I mean, they're nuggets, you just turn them into Kevlar. And also makes Kevlar comb, which can be put into the QFT for all this. Yeah, we don't ever have to do Kevline. This is actually probably the worst processing line I will ever do. Because we're just skipping all the other ones. Never had to do monazite line. Basically just plat line, bit of knack line, and this. Knack fuel actually could get pretty complicated, I'm not sure. I don't think it'll get this complicated, though. Because the loops we're gonna have to do here took me a long time to figure out. I was actually gonna stream 2.5 hours ago, but I spent the last few hours planning this all out, and mainly figuring out how I'm even gonna automate it. It's pretty bad. I crafted the wrong thing, I wanted this. You want molten PVC, you don't know how to make molten PVC. How? Also, I wonder if we should use these recipes. I don't think we will. Go to 256. Dude, holy... Do we seriously not even make vinyl chloride? We're running on a buffer. That's hilarious. That might be a bit too much. You're one, okay. Really? No vinyl chloride? That's crazy. Okay, we already listened to this one. We're doing everything out of order. Next. Sorry, Far, you're a good disc, but we've already seen you today. Check as a clean room, need more filter casings in the roof. All clean rooms in all versions of Greg Tech need as many filter casings as can fit on the roof. You always just make the roof out of filter casings. That is the only cost of expanding a clean room. Everything else is free. Just make it out of filter casings. Remove the byproducts. Oh shit, you're right. Wait, that's actually really bad that I left those byproducts in. Thank you. Oh wait, no. I also need a source of liquid nitrogen, though I think we use it in more than one thing. Yeah, so I'll just produce that automatically. Bit of an annoying thing is that we now need cryothium, which kind of makes me want to make a cryothium bee. Oh shit. Because the cryothium bee makes quite a decent amount of cryothium. I just don't know if it's enough. 10 per second. Yeah, we can do that. That's pretty easy. Oh, I keep going here with a magnet. That's cryolite. Give me cryothium. Damn, okay. So reason the clean rooms are open and can be built from anything. They're not open. They can be built from... No, they can't be built from anything. What? You need specifically plastrete, filter casing, or clean room glass. In GTNH, the clean room is kinda useless, which is really sad because it's a cool mechanic. Like past Eevee, you really don't need it. But in other packs, it's used for the whole game. It's just how you do clean room recipes. There's a lot of clean room recipes, mostly to do with circuits. Here for? Okay. Oh no, did I? Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, shit. Okay. We want to make automatic gelid cryothium, I think, because there's no reason to have cryothium dust, right? Oh, that's an interesting bee power method. It's almost as good as Beazle, actually. Wait, no, that's better than Beazle. Surely cryothium bee. But I'm thinking, do I want to make cryothium dust and on-demand extract that? Or melt it directly into gelid cryothium? I think I want to melt it directly. Honestly, could use this extractor. How long do you take to melt? 10 seconds HV? I think that'll be fine. Oh, that's... No, fine. Fine. So do you only produce when jubilant? Yes. Needs preferred climate. What is that climate? Icy arid. Uh-oh. This is icy arid. I mean... No, we'll put this on the next floor. Holy spelling? Nice to be alone on the server for a bit so that I can actually use AE2. When everyone's online, just everything gets bottlenecked. It's hell. Build more crafting infra, but we can't because it gets soft locked. We're always building more crafting infra, but when 3 people are all trying to build crafting infra, it just bottlenecks everything. Like, oh, one guy is making 8 energy hatches for his factory, and another guy is trying to make a new multi-block, and another guy just decided he'd craft 1,000 circuits just for shits and giggles. And oh, would you look at that, the press is full of superconductor and all the circuit assemblers are full. Like, yes, we're trying to upgrade crafting infra, but we can't, because everyone's upgrading at the same time. Prismarine line still isn't finished? It's far from finished. We only have Prismarine. Literally all we have in here is 1,600 Prismarine shards, and that's it. We need to go in here, make Prismarine solution, put it in a chemical bath with loops to go back here, to make Prismarine-rich nitrobenzene, to make this, but then there's more nitrobenzene and Prismarine-rich nitrobenzene, which continues the loop back here. And this needs to go through a laser engraver with crystalline alloy to loop the strontium as well. Next prismatic catalyst, you got boron plasma, prismatic gas, and then put it through here with that to make prismatic acid. And that's actually just the line we're gonna make. The rest is on demand, but we're gonna have to put in ABS for this, mix it with composites for that, compress it with lead and tungsten carbide for this, and then finally compress it again with netherite for this. So, not even close. The first 3 steps are what I'm most worried about, because that is a bunch of very complicated loops in some machines that are very hard to loop. The dissolution tank really complicates things. Use spreadsheets? No, spreadsheets are boring. Also not very useful in my opinion. The whole point of the game is to figure it out though. If you're using an online spreadsheet, what the hell are you doing? If you make a spreadsheet, then I guess, fine, cool, but I think that's a lot of work for something that can just be done like this. People forget that this is supposed to be a game that you play. And so, you don't want to use online spreadsheets to just remove all of the playing. I think it's very easy to forget that, considering what this what this pack is like. More of a 9 to 5 than anything else. I'm not gonna build an Excel spreadsheet to play GTNH. Though that is honestly an encouraged way of playing, so whatever. I'm just gonna act like you didn't do that and finish the rest of this on my own. I fucking hate this projector. To make Excel in GTNH? I mean, you can. There's computer craft. You can basically code anything with enough work. Now, was it necessary to build an entire multi-block for this? No. I'm doing it anyways, though. No way I remembered all of what you just said. Well, to me, it's very easy to remember processing lines like this. Like, I looked at it long enough. I could tell you right now, you put Prismarine in the dissolution tank with hydrogen peroxide and hydrofluoric acid to get Prismarine solution and Prismarine contaminated hydrogen peroxide. The Prismarine contaminated hydrogen peroxide is looped back into a second dissolution tank to make more Prismarine solution. Prismarine solution is put in a chemical bath with nitrobenzene to get Prismarine-rich nitrobenzene, and I think... Oh shit. Wait, now this is testing me. Prismarine-rich nitrobenzene and... Shit, man. Prismarine-contaminated hydrogen peroxide? No. No, wait. That's where the hydrogen peroxide is. Something threw me off here. Okay, I haven't memorized the whole line. No, there is a... This doesn't produce hydrogen peroxide, it uses it. See, okay, so it's not perfect, but that was my other point. I have a general idea of the line, I know what machines I need to make, I have an idea of how it's going to fit together. Any specifics are just, oh, I need that and that, cool. But yeah, it goes Prismarine solution, Prismarine-rich nitrobenzene, then Prismarine precipitate, then a pristine Prismarine crystal, or whatever it's called, then prismatic gas, and then you turn that into prismatic acid. Oh, I just accidentally tabbed out of everything at the same time. I didn't even know there's a button for that. We're using frame blocks for the floor. This is a, this is concrete powder. So otherwise it will fall, so I have to use framed blocks for that one. Everything else is normal. Very active chat today. Somehow I'm staying productive with that. That's a super bus. Okay, I'm gonna filter this to be only cryotheum dust, and then I will void items. Because I just don't want the wax, I don't care. No way I remember all that? Well, clearly you're not a GTNH player. You have to have a certain level of autism to do this shit. And with this level of autism, if I look at the processing line once, I know it. And as demonstrated earlier, I don't know it 100%, but I know it enough to build the whole thing without much thinking. You know what? I can probably go like this. Remember, this is technically mid-game? Yes. 8 out of 14, and the 14th tier kind of counts as 2 tiers, so it's more of 8 out of 15. And the first tier isn't really much of a tier, so it's more like 7 out of 15. Or no, 7 out of 14. Wait, I messed this up. Screwdriver. What? Nice. What do I do with the other stuff this is producing? Because you make Blizzcomb as well. Which could get us a bunch of Blizz dust. If I wanted. You know what? Take that. I'm deciding how I want to get items out of here. I think I'll have both super chests here, and then I'll have my fluid output there, and then I can just have a mainnet cable. Also, Goose suddenly locked in on editing. Random side note. Goose kind of suddenly locked in on editing, and now he's mostly caught up with the events of the server. He was 3 months behind for a while, just because he didn't have enough stuff in Ivy to make a video on it. Kind of a nothing burger tier for him. But then Merge was plenty of content for him. I think this is everything now. Well, I do need the power, and there's a lot of missing hatches. But apart from that... Okay, what's kind of annoying here is that I did that. There's no way from mainnet to easily get here. Oh, mainnet doesn't need to. What am I thinking? Just get an ME controller here. Starting from which tier do you think your sanity is lost and cannot be recovered? Starting in EV. EV broke me and IV rewrote my brain. I don't know if I'll ever be able to play modded Minecraft after this series. Oh, holy shit, I did not think for a second there. That could have gone so badly. Because if that P2P saved its old configuration, you could tell it was an LUV P2P. So if it saved it, it would have blown up. I'm gonna be able to play any modded Minecraft out of this. Well, I will be able to play Create Above and Beyond and Super Symmetry, just because they're not as AE2 focused. Let me play the game again. But more likely I'll be on to Factorio. An arguably more well-designed, not arguably, a more well-designed factory game. No, need two. Oh, none of them have upgrades. Start taking GTNH would be your last great tech experience. I mean, it's hard to say StarTech because I don't think I'm gonna finish StarTech. That is a back burner playthrough that I'm like ready to end as soon as I get bored. I'll be 100% with you right now. The furthest I will get is the normal Stargate in StarTech. No further. The good news with that means that any video that is released was released entirely voluntarily, just because I had a little bit of spare time and I decided instead of Silksong or editing, I wanted to play StarTech. But that also means that uploads are months apart, even though it only takes like 10 hours to make a video. And it also means that the playthrough will just end at some point. I don't know when, but it will, and I'm not gonna act like I'm holding this out to the end. More Stargates than one? I think there's 4 in StarTech. The first one is ZPM or UV, I think. And then there's goals past. The Draconic Stargate, I think, is the last one. I'm gonna have to wait for these to finish. Oh, you haven't even started. Why? Oh, I never connected you. Good. It's actually really good, because now I can get it working properly. What's next for TFG? What do you mean, like the devs, what they're gonna do? I don't know. Actually, I do know, but I'm not gonna tell you. Me when I lie. Did you just make fucking nothing? And did I not put any IO on this thing? Holy genius. And you're not even connected. We're focusing on interplanetary logistics stuff. Well, they have been doing that for the last few upgrades, well, updates. That's the pack. It has a huge emphasis on actually interesting interplanetary logistics, but that is not necessarily what they're going to focus on in the next update. And more plans for higher voltage tiers. I can say this because it's public information. Venus is the next tier. It's in Ivy. I believe there's going to be a planet for every tier. I'm not 100% sure on that one, though. Well, planet for every tier past, past HV, of course, because HV is when you actually get the rocket. Little fun fact for everyone. Did you know that you only need 5 gallium and 5 arsenic to get all the way to the moon? For an entire playthrough? You're welcome. Plan on continuing your TFG world outside YouTube? Well, if I were to continue playing it, I would continue making videos on it just because it's interesting. But I ended it there because, I mean, there's nothing new past that point, and there was nothing new before that, and at that point it is just Greg Tech. There is nothing else, no other flavor added. At that point I had completed Nomi Factory twice. And yeah, there's another pack I got to late game on, and I know what that part of the game is like, but in my mind, with no resource generation, and the only way to make power being fusion, I would just end up doing exactly what Dragonium did in his playthrough, which is endlessly placing drills and scaling up hydrogen production to try to get enough deuterium to produce enough power to eventually get neutronium. And then that would be the end. And there's no point, because TFG, the original TFG before the dev team got replaced by my series, It was just Terra Permacraft and then GregTech. And once you get to that point, it's just GregTech. There's nothing else, so there's no point continuing. But they're replacing all that now, so it's going to be much more interesting later. But there's no point in me playing right now, because it would just be fusion spam and water electrolysis spam. Can't generate resources, like I said, so it'd also be a lot of mining. Okay, it should be cryothium. What? Cool. Hold on. We're gonna do something real quick. So this is the fluid packet system. I haven't actually made any packets on camera, and so I'm going to give you guys a little tutorial. Holy shit, how many did they compress? Oh wait, these were literally me. I'm gonna give you guys a little tutorial on how this system works. So, I want to compress cryothium because we're about to get around like 500 million cryothium, and I don't want it to fill the cells. So, we get a piece of jade, and we're gonna code up a fake recipe right now. This recipe will turn, where are you here? Is this the right one? Yeah. Is it really, though? No, I don't think so. This is the right one. Shit. Can you use gelid cryothium? Good grief. There we go. I'm gonna take gelid cryothium. It's gonna make, well, it's gonna take 32 million liters of it. So there, a lot of gelid cryothium. And it's going to craft it into jade. Actually, no, it's not. I need to rename this. I'm going to craft it into jade, and this is just not real. Like, what are we talking about? This is not a real recipe. But this system doesn't know any better, and it will take that as a perfectly fine pattern to make a jade. Awesome. And then the next thing we need to do... Wait, I forget. Oh, I should explain why this is working, actually. What this is doing now is it's sending 32 million gelid cryothium into this interface, which has a fake crafting card, and so it's going to start crafting the jade, and then just forget about it. It's not going to wait for the jade to come back, it's just going to forget. Which means that we don't need the bullshit jade recipe. Then it's going to enter this subnet, and be stored basically as just a packet, because it's just these fluid packets that are used for auto-crafting, and then go straight into this interface, go back into mainnet, and it's gone. So it just makes the fluid packet, and it never gets used, because these are item interfaces. It doesn't know what to do with packets, and so it just has all these glitched packets. Then, we need to be able to automatically fill the system with these. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell this to make gelid cryothium. Make some gelid cryothium jades in here. And only make them when there's over 100 million gelid cryothium in storage. So now it's going to start crafting these bullshit-ass recipes whenever there's enough gelid cryothium sitting around. And then because it doesn't actually wait for anything, nothing ever enters the barrel. It's all bullshit. It's all stupid, meaningless nonsense. But it will still make all that gelid cryothium. And the last step of this whole thing is just adding a way to get it back. So what we're going to do, we're going to make a ton of gelid cryothium. Like 101 million. That's not a million. Can I do this? Okay, so this... Maybe we can't make that much right now. Maybe I'll demonstrate on a different fluid. Or actually, I could do 32 million, I think. Without crashing, yeah. And then we'll turn this into a packet. Can you start working, please? Oh, these are stuck. What are they stuck on? Oh, they are making jelly cryothium actively. Doesn't say it is. Huh. What? Making so much jelly cryothium for? I want a cryogenic freezer. And it uses 10 liters per second, and so of course we're gonna get over 1 billion liters, just so it doesn't run out. Welcome to GTNH. Where is it? It's not entering storage. Okay, technically it is. Where's it going? I'm a little bit worried about something now. Let me finish my demonstration, man. I'm gonna disconnect you. You're a scary machine that could be deleting things. You do a renewable production line for jelly cryothium? I just did that. Here it is. Are you surprised? Okay, so what on earth is it doing? Where's all the cryothium going? I genuinely don't know. There's plenty of storage space for it. It's kind of small. This makes 3 cryothium dust per second, which is way more than enough. Along with the byproduct of blizz powder. Yeah, this shit's going nowhere. I don't know how. A2, like, straight up broke. I don't... Does anyone know where my cryothium went? Because we're making 4 buckets per second right now, and they're disappearing. You two got hungry? I can tell. Good grief. Is there anything in the base that would be using that? No. Is there a storage bus that would be taking it? And there's no way 9 moved it into ore proc or some shit. Oh, this just has access to all. Okay. I mean, sure, we have a lot of cryothium, but it's not free. I'd like to not void incomprehensible amounts of the stuff. Also, you never used cryothium. Somehow. Oh, hold on. Here's a hint. I'm pretty sure I set up this thing to automatically take cryothium. There might be a stalking bus or something. No? Okay. Where, hold on, here's another question. Where is all of this shit going right now? Where's it coming from, I mean? Oh, hi. Where, it, I think, AE2 is completely broken right now. I have no clue what it's doing. It's like making literal billions of cryothium right now, and somehow deleting it. Got a level maintainer on this shit? What is this room, by the way? This was supposed to be temporary. We don't even use cryogenic freezers. Where is this? Oh, now it's trying to do it. Oh. Oh! Wait, why? Okay, it didn't delete anything. It's all in a crafting computer right now. But why did it do that? What happened? The card here started making gelid cryothium, but it shouldn't be capable of doing that because it's level limited. There's our cryothium. Why did it do that? Also, these things really need upgrades, good grief. How many coils do they take? They take 24 each? Okay. IV solenoids? I could do ZPM solenoids. This is only used in fluid extractors. 1.7 mod jank. No, I think it's not. I don't think it's jank. I think I just activated the level emitter and the export bus in the wrong order. So the level emitter was doing nothing, while the export bus was capable of doing that, and so it wasn't being stopped by anything, and so it just said, okay, here we go, 64 million gelid cryothium. Holy Zlorpus. Except Zlorpus ruined my immersion. He spoke English once, and I'm devastated. I don't even like him anymore. You changed devs to make mods to patch these bugs. There was no bugs here, but for similar bugs to what you're thinking was a bug, they do make custom mods for that. They actually have quite a few custom mods. It's very funny, like, they'll have NEI, which is the best search mod I've ever seen. And then they'll also have Thaumcraft and Witchery in their mod pack, which is like, what are we doing? A weird dissonance between actually nice mod design and just bullshit. I guess they have a reputation to uphold, but at the same time they want to make a good mod, which is kind of conflicting. Calling Thaumcraft bullshit. I'm sure the mod's fine, it's just not good in this pack. Because it's a magic mod, this is a tech pack. I mean, I guess, no, it's not really a tech pack, it's just a kitchen sink pack. I guess I more have a disagreement with the genre. Okay, tech priest. The problem isn't just, oh no, it has magic-looking stuff. Like, I like Botania. Botania's cool. Like, hold on, come over here. Look at this. This is cool. This is Botania. Very nice. But, Thaumcraft never has cool shit like this. It never has a cool system where you have, like, a redstone, locked pressure plate that stops the hopper here on the open crate if there's an item already on here. So it buffers one item on the ground for the hibiscus to take. And you have this whole same system to fuel these endo flames to create mana here. And you have a whole cool thing. No, Thaumcraft would never. No, they'd make you sit around at a fucking infusion altar, which is completely unautomatable because of weird, like, stability jank and stupid shit. What about Astral Sorcery? That's even worse. I did automate, the, like, Starlight Infusion thing in E2E. I mentioned that in my E2E movie, but it's not, I don't think that's an intended way of dealing with that. Present techie player likes the most techie magic mods. It's not a magic mod. It's to me, the difference is not in the style, it's in the gameplay. Botania is functionally a tech mod. Even if it has the magic aesthetics. My problem with having Thaumcraft in a mod pack is not that, oh no, it's magic mod. No, it's that most of the gameplay is supposed to consist of sitting at a table and researching and scanning items around your world, which is just not something you should put in a mod pack about automation. It's just like, why? And it's automatable. Satisfyingly automatable. You can technically automate Thaumcraft, but most of the ways to do so are really bad for FPS and make you feel like you're just exploiting. They're not intended at all. You can technically automate it. I think anything can be automated, but not in any intended way. Witchery is even worse, by the way. I put Witchery in that list. That one's a much bigger offender, and I think everyone agrees with that. It shouldn't be here. Also, didn't I order something? Oh, I'm viewing craftable. Here we go. Jeez. Can I scan this now? That seems really annoying in this pack. It is. I remember having to deal with that in E2E, and it's just so annoying, and there's very little in E2E. GTNH does it much worse. E2E needed me to get the most basic-ass infusion setup ever to finish the game, and that made me almost want to quit. Because it was like, oh, I'm automating all these cool things, I'm getting auto-crafting, oh man, I have 100,000 iron ore, I'm doing so well, man, I can craft 1,000,000 items per second, it's so great. And now I'm sitting at a table with paper and ink for an hour. Also, wait, does this even scan? Yeah, it does, okay. Why am I down here? Thank you, Slorpus. We have 32 crafting CPUs. They're mostly pretty small because a lot of them need to do just small tasks. But here they are. Oh. Right, 9 needed a 10 megabyte crafting recipe, and so he made this. But yeah, most of them are pretty small. You want to just strap 8 1024K crafting storages onto it and name it Big Honker? Hold on, can I... Oh, I didn't pattern it, hold on. Just need this. Wait, what? No. Why are there patterns? Who's putting patterns in here? I'm gonna decode all those in a bit. So we have 540k, so I just need to add this recipe to make 1080k. Fluxed Electrum? Oh shit. Are we able to do that? I don't think we are. Okay. We love pattern slop. Okay, then it needed double Nakoda plates. Oh, not double Nakoda alloy. Okay. Okay, surely this is enough now. I can get my ZPM solenoids, right? Missing 64 astral silver. Oh boy, more pattern slop. Waiter, waiter! That's the wrong one. There we go. How big is this? Oh, 22 kilobytes. Not that much. Dude, GTH devs aren't smart just for adding a bunch of shit. In fact, this isn't smart game design. Smart game design doesn't require you to make a fucking keyboard with 104 stone buttons so that you can make the tier 3 rocket computer for the tier 3 rocket so you can get the tier 4 rocket blueprint so that you can do the same bullshit again, pattern like 60 things on the tier 4 rocket so you can go get the tier 5 rocket blueprint and do the same shit again for a tier 6 rocket or a tier 5 rocket. Like, no, this isn't genius. You want to know another example that isn't genius? To get the highest tier of wireless energy hatch, you have to research the ULV wireless energy hatch, craft it with all of this shit, then research it again, craft the LV wireless energy hatch with all of this shit, research it again, craft the MV wireless energy hatch with all of this shit, scan it again, craft the HV wireless hatch with all of this, scan it again, craft the EV by the way, this is useless. All of these are useless. You would never want power this small. Scan it again, craft it, scan it again, then here, craft it, scan it again, still useless by the way, craft it, scan it again, then you need to craft this again, scan it, and now you've hit the first one where you might actually use it. But you still have to scan it again before it's anything useful. Scan it again. UEV, now you're in the territory where you might actually place this thing on the ground. And finally, at UIV, you finally have a usable block. That's not smart game design. I don't know why you're calling GT and H devs smart. I wonder if I can make like a recursive auto-crafting system to scan those overnight, because good grief, I don't want to do that. I don't think you can though, like scanning is not meant to be automatable, which is why it's so dumb that you do this. I'm worried about the Mega EBF. Are you even working? No. LSC is not receiving power. Okay, that's great. No alarms to tell me either. How is there power loss? How on earth was there power loss? Wrong emoji. I think that's a lot better though. I think that's exactly what the devs were thinking when they did that. Maybe they are smart, they're just evil. That actually makes a lot more sense. What? Did I not put it in the right assembler slot? I did not. I don't know where I put it. Did I put it in AS1? I did. Okay. Can you craft, please? No, it's stuck. Okay, fine. I think it's gonna get stuck on those remaining ones. It is doing fluxed electrum now, so that means the reactors are back up. I need to talk to some current and former GTNH devs frequently, and they share your same sentiment. From what I've heard from Nine, who also talks to a lot of the devs, the reason the pack seems like such an odd mixture of, like, actually kind of nice game design, like NEI, and, what's another example? I can only think of NEI off the top of my... There are some features I really... Like, this item zoom. As a YouTuber, this item zoom is, like my favorite thing of all time. I need people to port this into JEI, not EMI, because EMI is a burning dumpster fire. Never live again. But, like, this is nice. NEI is nice. That's great. But then there's weird Bartworks stuff, and, like, why? I think it's just a mix of devs who hate themselves and the players, and devs who like the pack and want it to be better. Oh yeah, matter manipulator as well. This thing should be other places. Vaj is also very nice. Having a multi-tool like that in a Greg Tech pack is very useful. All those things should exist in more packs. Okay, there you are. Jeez. Forever craft. What were we making? We were gonna automate gelid cryotheum so that I could get my cryogenic freezer running properly. Pack was good, lose all the sauce that made it popular in the first place. True. Like, but at the same time, there's a bunch of devs that don't want it to be popular. Which is funny, because those devs try to do that by making the pack harder, which is exactly how it got popular in the first place, so, like, good job. Nice gatekeeping. Teenage cooked on the game design and burned everything. Oh, the ass line's stuck. I should probably upgrade this thing. It's 15 seconds per component right now, and it's doing a lot of different things. Oh yeah, suggestion to the TFG devs, because I really hate EMI. Can't you just have EMI on a developer build so that you can use all of its cool developer features? And then remove it in the final playable build? Because good grief, it's annoying. Crashed my computer like 6 times, lags the game every time you start a world. Freezes it both on choosing to create a world and actually creating the world. Does it twice, because why not? Actually, just malware. We were doing some server testing and technical stuff, and genuinely the only way we could ever do anything was by just straight up disabling and removing the mod. So can't you just have it on a developer build so I don't have to put up with that shit? Me and the other players, sorry, I'm not the only one playing the pack. Because the only reason I've ever been given for EMI's existence is just for developer tools, since it, like, live updates. Which, fair enough, but just make a developer build. What? Everything still work if you manually replaced it? Not sure. Because the problem is there's a Cube.js EMI integration, which I'm pretty sure relies on EMI being in the pack. But at the same time, I booted without it, so maybe not. Yeah, if I can make it work on my own, I absolutely will. But I don't think I should be the one to do that, because seriously, it is a huge problem in the mod pack, and you guys need to fix it. I don't understand why people like EMI, and why it's put into mod packs consistently. I've had this rant before, I know a lot of people here have seen that rant, but I'm way more informed now, and I hate it like 5 times more, and I'm not compromising on this. Please get rid of it. They broke the press. I remember 9 moved the pattern into the only circuit that doesn't work. Yep, here it is, okay. Does it just work if I decoded it? Oh, no, they changed. This one's different. This one's a circuit 24. Why? Fascinating. Showing EMI sucks 100%. Let's go. It takes a bit to load once I start a world, but doesn't lag after that. Yeah, but no other, well, like, what do you call this? No other, like, Minecraft recipe search thing does that. EMI is the only one, because EMI is the only search mod to load the recipes on world startup instead of game startup. Normally, it loads them all during the big loading bar, where it loads all the mods, but no. In EMI, it does that on world startup, which means every single time you join a world, it does that lag spike again. Additionally, when you're creating worlds, because of stupid microslop jank, it loads all the mods and EMI again. It loads it on preparing world creation, and then loads it again when you actually create the world, because Mojang is dumb and they vibe code. So you just have EMI lagging your game twice and nearly crashing it both times. But also, if you switch worlds and you have something searched, then in that new world, it'll still be searched, but it'll be showing nothing. And so as soon as you click this search bar, it maxes out your CPU, maxes out your RAM, makes it impossible to open up Task Manager to try to close the program, black screens your computer, and kills it. That has happened to me 6 times. Malware. Never had this happen in my life. You probably don't switch worlds often. But for what I was doing, I need to switch between like 3 different worlds fairly often for testing, and it kept crashing. Additionally, I've had this problem on servers where like Florbin and Mastiox would try to join my server. And they would try to leave before EMI loads, and the game would just crash instantly. Like if they join and then try to leave quickly, game just crashes if EMI hasn't loaded. It's not only on servers, I guessed as much. It's just more often on servers that you'd leave, or will join and then leave instantly. That is like the single largest improvement I could suggest to you guys. Find a way to remove it and still like have access to EMI for your cool dev features, because it sounds quite nice, but not nice once the pack's actually released. Oh, whoops. Holy shit. Achievement.gt.blockcasings.cyclotron_coils.5? Holy shit. This is huge. Why do I still have a solenoid coil? Hello? Oh, it placed a singular Nakoda coil down here and it wouldn't replace it. There, much better. That's a very fast extractor now. Right, we were gonna get Cryothium to work. Let's actually start this. Oh, the other thing is that I was gonna get a stocking bus on here. Can I cancel that, actually? There we go. That's very good. Only doubled it, though. After the devs' computers crash. Oh. Oh, even you guys have it crashed. Why do you use it, then? Listen, I've made a pack with JEI, with Craft Tweaker, and it really wasn't that bad. I'm sure with Cube.js it would be even better. It's not bad. I think you guys have sort of just been locked into EMI because it's what you joined the dev team with, but seriously, maybe try switching for a bit. It might not be that hard. And even if EMI was just the lag spike at the start, there's no reason to subject all the players to that when JEI is perfectly fine. Okay, right, I was gonna make this a stalking bus system. Isn't there a dislocation wand or something? The wand focus. I don't know how to move this efficiently. No. What? What was it called? This. Pattern capacity. Everyone else calls it an expander. What are we doing? Oh wait, I can just do this. What am I doing? Yeah, quartz knife. Maybe I'll learn to program just to port NEI to newer versions. I know a little bit of Lua and like the tiniest amount of C#. I'm sure I could figure it out. C# or C++? I actually don't know which one. It's one of the C languages. I shouldn't have said that with such confidence. I really don't know. One of them. Or C#? No, wait. Now I'm confused. See what I mean. Very faint knowledge. I don't want to use that. Does that copy the name? No, really? Fine. This works. Oh, no, I just remembered it's GTNH. There's a difference. Dude. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna pick up these. What? I would like my patterns back, please. There we go. Don't do that. Glad these are disconnected. That is the wrong side. Well, I take that back. They are connected. Can you go? There we go. Okay. So there's our new patterns. I can remove the HV input buses. And I think I need an advanced stocking bus. I'm not sure how this whole thing works. Yeah, advanced stocking. These probably should have been dual interfaces. I know it doesn't really matter, but probably would have been better. So, to explain to people, because I haven't done this before, what I'm doing is I'm putting a stocking input bus here, which turns the entire AE2 network into its input bus. This means we have effectively infinite input size, and the reason this is important is because as we upgrade our machines, they will start to get incredibly fast to the point where the 16 slots of an HV input bus, which for some reason in this version is the largest normal kind of input bus, The 16 slots are not enough. You put 16 stacks of items in, they instantly get processed, and then the machine waits 5 seconds before even checking for a new recipe. And so it basically hard locks all of your recipes to 5 seconds. And so this way we can just do incredible batches of like 10,000 items and then do that in like 3 seconds. Allows us to scale up a lot more. So, I'm gonna check if that even worked by crafting up a bunch of cryotheum. To activate auto pull, okay. There we go. Oh, what the hell? I assume you're working. Okay, it says there's cryotheum. It's not doing anything. Please start doing something. I would like you to do something. Oh, they're incomplete structure. Holy smart. There, now has 37,000 cryotheum in the input. Lorpus, can you make a Greg Check video, please? It would be so cool. Okay, those are gonna be stuck on for a while. What did we even need the cryogenic freezer for? Was it just this cryogenic freezer? The one that I have the controller for here? If so, that's kind of funny, because that's not too important. I'm gonna actually build all these. Want a hatch? Shut up. What's the bath casing? What's it called? Watertight. No? Really? Okay, what do you want? Wash plant. Fine. This thing I'll build manually. Ah, that should be the right one. Okay, well then you probably are way more complicated, and I'm gonna leave you alone for a bit. No, we don't have that. Do I need a vacuum furnace or a dehydrator? Vacuum furnace. Oh, I need Nakoda coils anyways. Wow. Then I'll probably just use actual Nakoda coils. Oh, we don't have enough. Well then if I'm crafting them, I'll do Nakoda alloy. Fine. Okay, has a Subnautica video? Yeah, it's peak. That was back when Lorpus was peak. Before he started speaking English. This is not going to be done, because... Oh, no, it doesn't need the fluid solidify. Well, fluid extractor, actually. ZPM casing. 30 is only done. Well, whatever. That is not proper grammar. Only 30 is done. I should get Lorenium casing sometime soon. I'm pretty sure we can do that. How fast does this step need to go? It's 40 seconds LEV. Okay, fine. More Naquita alloy. Where'd you go? There we go. Okay. Oh, need more than that. Isn't that guy from... Oh, no. No way you just said that. No way you just said that. That's so sad. Local man has no clue who Gorb is. What I put in the bottom of a chem plant? Coils. It's Hollow Knight. Okay, we're so back. We're fine. Oh, it needs to melt things. Slight problem. It's like 15 minutes of crafting. Do I want that to even happen? Yeah, I made a mistake. This is crafting just way too much. How do I cancel this recipe? I don't want it. I don't want all that cryothium. That's way too much cryothium. I don't... Can it stop? So there's gonna be a bunch of stuff in that cell, so I guess I get an interface and maybe an IO port. IO port would be best way. Or, no, wait, what if I just take out the cell? No, there's a bunch of stuff in there, though. Okay, now it works. I don't know what I'm gonna do about all that cryothium. That is way too much. I do want to turn all the dust into fluid, but it just takes too long. There we go, that's the chem plant. Am I seriously missing just 2 coils? Yep. Okay, that's... No, I was about to say that's every multi-block. It absolutely isn't. What else do you want? Laser-resistant plate. Wow, that's cheap. What do you want? Dynamo tunnel, what are we talking about? I think it's a laser source hatch, but why is that the name? Is this a bit overkill? Ah, maybe. Let's switch to something reasonable. What do you want? Oh, is it, like, picky on the back? Or out of casing, okay. think that needs better glass. These things also probably need to be better. Bah. Leave for 40 minutes, come back to only machine placement. You are watching a GTNH stream, congratulations. In fact, this is roaring success right here. This is like neck-breaking progress. The video 2 seconds ahead for me. What does that mean? Why is this so slow? I hate the ABS. They actually bored to that thing so hard. Why is it so bad in this version? Oh, he upgraded the stack limit. I see. I mean, I guess. Guess we should do that. That's already... Dude. Smart. No. Is that a problem? I think that'll be a problem. How am I gonna get liquid nitrogen? Oh, we need to build an air centrifuging factory. We don't make nitrogen. Beds not generate in GTH villages. This is 1.7, and so villages don't have crafting tables or beds. I don't know if you played 1.7 Minecraft, but... or just anything pre-1.14, but villages have basically nothing. The only loot is in blacksmiths. The villagers themselves cannot change trades. Villages are defined by a door placed next to a block, and so do you want me to show you a really cool duplex double house? This is gonna blow your mind. This is 2 houses and fills in all of the breeding conditions needed to generate infinite villagers. There you go. They don't need food, and they don't need beds to breed. They also don't try to go inside at night, if I remember correctly. And if they do, their pathing's really bad. I remember playing vanilla in this version, because I did used to play vanilla at one point. You just settle near a village, and if you left it for more than 2 days, they'd all be dead. Oh, I should dig the hole into the ground. Oh, but now I can't place. Nice. Well, I'll just put the osmeridium cable there. Nice. Oh, there goes my wire cutter. How big of a recipe is that? 64 drone hatches? Oh, it's only 28 kilobytes. I'm already starting to get desensitized to crafting size. 28 kilobytes is still pretty damn large. You already have a maintenance hatch. Yep. Okay. We're actually getting very close to a functioning system already. I do need to finish the... new place? Good grief. Still need to finish this, is what I was gonna say. So there we go. I'm gonna wait for that to disappear so that I can take a screenshot of it. Nice. Yes, I'm placing torches in ZPM. Fight me. Which machine is this? Oh, there's still more. Okay. Ah. Do I have any more? No. Wow, I do think some of the old Minecraft textures look nicer than the newer ones. Yeah, I'd agree. Can't think of exactly what. I do feel a little bit of the, like, smoothing over of textures, as if the pixel art is no longer pixel art, but instead, like, real images limited by a low resolution. That makes sense. Like, no longer using, pixel art as a art form, but instead as a limitation. I do feel that little bit of smoothing over in newer textures. But especially for the Nether, that is definitely needed. I think that's especially apparent in, like, the new dye textures. Those are kind of appalling. This is LUV, right? Yeah. Guess I shouldn't be mad about those dye textures, though, because I literally haven't ever played that version or any of the versions near it. I don't play Minecraft. And I think, by the way, I'll say it, I think Modernity actually does have a little bit of the smoothing issue. Because it's trying to be modern. Some of the ingots, I think, like this kind of ingot type, I don't really like it. I don't like the way it looks. It's too, like, round and smooth. It looks like Jello. That is why I'd still think, Ztech wins over Modernity in a lot of ways. Because it still keeps that old style. It was a texture pack made before 1.14, I'm pretty sure, at least started before then. It still keeps that old, like, this is a pixel art of texture pack. It very clearly holds that. But it also doesn't have all the weird, just awful 1.7 Greg Tech shit, like the 64 by 64 wafer that was made in MS Paint. And all that weird shit. It's an actually good texture pack. And, I remember I was turned away from Greg Tech because of the textures originally, but then, I Go By Lots of Names did his series with the Ztech texture pack, and that's what finally got me in. I played Nomi Factory with that. It's so good. I really like Ztech. I think Modernity does win on a lot of things like circuit textures, but these are less pixel arty. I mean, this one kind of is a bit pixel arty, but, like this stuff. This stuff is faithfully a pixel art texture, and I like that. And all these things feel very, very nice and crisp. But on casings, I think Ztech wins. My favorite old Minecraft texture, not because it's good, but because it's funny, is the nether quartz texture. I can actually go live demonstrate this thing. It does not look like quartz, it looks like a diaper. In fact, because I played Minecraft at such a young age and didn't know what quartz actually was, I literally thought it was a diaper. I saw it and was like, that's a diaper. Where is it? Here. There it is. Literally is. Now that I've seen the new texture, I see what it's trying to be, but ironically, it is too smooth. The new texture is more clear, which is hilarious for modern textures. Oh, people are getting filtered out of my chat. Here's your daily PSA to switch YouTube from top chat to live chat, because YouTube randomly shadow bans people for absolutely no reason. If you do top chat, so if you do live chat, it actually shows the most recent messages rather than whatever AI decides you should see. Oh yeah, for reference, here's the new quartz. It actually makes a lot more sense. I still think it could be better though, because it doesn't have like a clear bottom. It looks a little bit more like some horrific teeth. This doesn't look like it's in a rock, you know? Okay. We now have to actually build this system, because I think it's all functional now. Most of them have formed, at least the ones that don't need hatches. I'll get you running, just so that you get some water. Oh, no, I need to start a recipe. But yeah, let's start this now. So, these dissolution tanks are very interesting because if you give them the wrong ratio of resources, they just void it. So here you can see ratio 1:1, that is talking about the fluids. I think I can just chuck Prismarine in there, but the fluids need to be perfect. That's a good point, actually. I think I'll leave it with the original design. But yeah, the fluids need to be 1:1. If I do 4 buckets of hydrofluoric acid and 5 buckets of hydrogen peroxide, it will not start a recipe, instead it will delete the fluids and give up. So, what I need to do is make sure that it always has the correct amount. Now, this sounds really complicated, but really all we're going to do here is place some cable here. Paint it, like we always do. Have our cable here. And it's just auto-crafting. We're auto-crafting it. Because auto-crafting recipes always have the same ratios. So, automation challenge completely bypassed. Thank you, AE2. Oh, don't want that. I also already have the patterns here. Oh, this is not TFC, so I can't just pick you up with left click. Okay, I'm trying to think. Here, we need a level maintainer. And this part's where it gets complicated, because I want to level maintain nether quartz and certus quartz, if that makes any sense. Also, I need to put blocking cards on here. Ah. I need this to make nether quartz and certus quartz, because this recipe, which is a recycling recipe using the contaminated hydrogen peroxide, this makes nether quartz dust. Well, this makes Certus quartz. It does make other things, but I have changed the recipe to ignore the Prismarine solution, even though this is what we want. The reason I've done it this way is because that's the main difference in the recipe as far as AE2 is concerned. And so I can set a level maintainer to constantly maintain these two things. We literally just need one, like, because I'm going to send it back to mainnet and it'll constantly demand more. Though I could probably increase batch size. And now what I can do is I can shut off this dissolution tank if we actually have some Prismarine solution in the network. Or not, the contaminated hydrogen peroxide, I mean. Because there's going to be Prismarine solution, then it goes through here, and if there's hydrogen peroxide waiting to be used, I need it to stop. So if there is more than, let's say, 64 buckets, then it'll stop. What? I should do that. And this just makes it so that it always prioritizes recycling over making new stuff. I don't think you need the bad recipe only to start the loop. I think you need it, right? Wait. I didn't even consider that. It's gonna make 8 buckets. Yeah, that's a positive feedback loop. Wait. Oh, I thought it was an incomplete loop. This actually would have been so much cooler. Yeah, you need both Chembath recipes. I know that. But you don't need both of these. Damn, okay. That also means I don't need industrial strength hydrofluoric. Dude, that makes this so much less interesting. Okay. Okay, well now it looks really weird. Okay, I'm gonna get the system to run a couple of the original recipe. Though this gets so unbelievably simple now. I'll make the old pattern here, but I'm just gonna use it manually to get a starting amount. Oh, you both make the same thing. Okay. You know what, we'll use this empty space for our drives. I don't think we actually need that many, though. I'll put 2 for fun. Wrong word. Terminal. That's a pattern terminal. That's an interface terminal. That's a crafting terminal. We need... Good grief. We don't have any. Why do we have all these useless-ass terminals? This song's still so good. This actually might be one of my favorites. I think it's been long enough I can start to pick some. This one is really good. So Awakening's also very good. I'm purposefully not giving names to give you guys a chance to play the damn game. Ray listens to classical music? I do, but this is not technically classical. I mean, it might kind of land in the neoclassical genre, but it's video game music. But yeah, I find the same appeal in that song that will not be named because people here should play Silksong. I find the same appeal in that song that I do in some, like, Tchaikovsky piece or something. So they're just gonna make Prismarine solution, and I just send it into the chemical bath, and that system's so much simpler. It's all so simple. I was so excited to do that loop. Yeah, Prismarine line isn't even that hard then. Better Hollow Knight or Silksong? Silksong. As good as Hollow Knight is, Silksong managed to do everything better, which is just so impressive. I mean impressive because I already thought Hollow Knight was a perfect game. Hollow Knight below 0. When Silksong released, I was very scared it would be a below 0 situation where it's like, yeah, it's alright, but not even close to the original, but no, that absolutely wasn't the case. I don't think, like, the vast majority of Subnautica players, I think, agree that below 0 was kind of just a disappointment. Do I storage bus this directly into here, or should I have a cell? I'll storage bus it. I'll do EV input. This thing's just gonna have a shit ton of input hatches. Lucky to have found 3 proven frames in a village. I'm not sure how lucky that is, but that is pretty useful. I think you know what you want. I think you know what you must do. I think it's Jover, man. You gotta do bees. Join us. Easier here. What am I doing? That is not what I right-clicked on. Is nitrobenzene used in anything else? I think it's only used in this, which is... Oh, no. This is, yeah, this is Kevlar line, isn't it? Okay. I might actually be able to do nitro here. Nitrobenzene is just a bunch of mainnet fluids, I guess. Or recycled diluted, send that to mainnet. Yeah, I think I'll make nitro in this line. Wintry cream and hot plains, fascinating. I can't really comment on that because I was not part of early game bees, and I'm glad I wasn't because I would have never done bees if I had to do that. That shit looks ass. It is interesting that this line does not reuse a machine once. It is just a long chain of unique machines. Because I would have used this platline system if I were able to use multiple machines. This system, in case you don't know, is using auto-crafting to make it so that you don't need, like, 30 chemical reactors for a whole platline. You just have a big one here with a ton of power and tell it to do everything. And then same with the EBFs, there's, I think, 4... No, there's more than that. I think my platline had, like, 7 EBFs. No, just tip 4 of them on their side and then put a pattern on it. This does all of the EBF recipes. Same with the sifters. This system is very interesting because of it. And it's pretty good. It actually is around, I think, 20 times faster than my platline. You will be seeing this type of shit in StarTech. I want to try it. Speaking of which, how's our osmium? Ooh, very nice. 2.8 thousand osmium total. Okay, we storage bus that onto here. This is going to take a bunch of inputs from this, I think. I think you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna give both of these, so I'm just gonna direct output both. That's a bit excessive. I'm gonna ask 9 something. What kind of hatch do I want? We'll do another EV hatch. Oh. I knew I put something here. Okay, put that there. Fluid storage bus. This is going to be nitrobenzene rich. This loop makes nitrobenzene rich. This makes contaminated hydrogen peroxide, which gets stored in this cell and then gets crafted with that. Okay. We're progressing along here. I'm gonna get power to this network, because I don't know why we didn't do that yet. I do it like this so that it has a bunch of contact area so that I can add storage buses and stuff, but for now this is just a power connection. Might be missing 2 machines. This isn't the entire line. We decided at the end of last stream that I would only go up to prismatic acid, and then from there we auto-craft prismatic naquita, composite slurry, dehydrator step, and then, of course, the insulator foil. So this is only making prismatic acid. And there's a few steps I want to do elsewhere, so hydrogen peroxide I'm going to be making passively over, where is it? Over there. Nitrogen and liquid nitrogen are also going to be made there. And then basically everything else will be on-demand crafted from the mainnet. So this is the only part of the line that's actually relevant. Oh, no, I think you're right. I did forget the strontium recycling. Yep, you said that immediately. Literally the next step. Okay, that needs to be an LCR. Then we need the strontium dust, which needs to be fluid solidified. We'll do it back here. No one tell 9 that I'm using 2 single blocks. These are all ULV? Okay, good. So, the laser engraver is gonna make molten strontium from the prismatic crystal step, and then we need to turn this back into dust, which means I need a small gear mold in here. The reason we're doing small gears is because small gears solidify faster than ingots. This is tech I discovered today. This is a 16-tick recipe, which is 4/5 of a second. Wow, I can't do TH noises anymore. That's great. But yeah, this is 4/5 of a second. Cheese. And this is 1.6 seconds. And so it is way faster to do small gears, because these both crush into the same amount. So there's some tiny power efficiency tech. Then needs to go into an LCR though. Also, don't tell 9 that I am using an export bus here. I have to. There's like no other clean way of doing this. Can you? Okay, there's no way to get that angle. What? Wait, what? Let me shift click. Am I crazy? Okay, you're being very dumb. I can't direct. Oh, it's an item pipe. You can't directionalize item pipes in this version. It's strontium positive? No way. Why would it be? Okay, this is 1/3 strontium. So that means there's 16 strontium in there. You put it through here. No, it's not. No, we're fine. Also, we have a bunch of strontium oxide. No way to solidify it right now, though. Wait, strontium ingots don't have a use. But small strontium gears? This is tech. They're gonna be so confused why I patterned that. I should do more than that. How early can you get into bees? Steam Age. You will need... Oh, this is what Chief Logan did. You need a hobbyist steam engine powering a centrifuge and a squeezer from forestry. And that's basically it, honestly. Oh, and a carpenter, sorry. With villagers, it's actually quite reasonable. Not, I wouldn't say easy, but quite reasonable to get into bees in Steam. The later you do it, the easier it is to start, and believe me, before Oblivion Frames, there is so much waiting. And even if you get Oblivion Frames, you need to repair them, which involves magic, which sucks. So Frame of Frenzy is like a must-have, but then that's blood magic. Just the reason I was able to do it is because I got to get other people to do most of the shit parts. Because apparently they're okay with doing those parts, and like, fine by me. But yeah, there is a Thaumcraft way to repair Oblivion Frames, and I would absolutely recommend getting Oblivion Frames. It's like barely possible at all without them. If you don't want to get all the magic stuff, the Industrial Apiary does have a lot of upgrades that are specifically meant for bee breeding, I'm pretty sure. But it's just not nearly as good as the Frame of Frenzy. Which is why I never used it, because I could just buy Frames of Frenzy from Masyox. Okay, so you get strontium hydroxide, prismarine rich, that loops not perfectly, but I know how I'm dealing with that. Then I need molten crystalline Ugh. In other words, I need access to mainnet. Fine. I was gonna bring a mainnet cable here anyways. Actually, wait. Okay, that'll work now. And you're also going to fill this with hydrogen and oxygen. Industrial Apiary is HV locked, that's what I'm saying, they're in HV. I was talking to the other guy talking about bees. You unfortunately do not have that luxury. Ah, holy genius. There we go, that's our power. That work, by the way? No, not yet. Can we make molten crystalline alloy? No. We can't even make crystalline alloy at all. No ABS recipe, okay. Surely small gear. Holy shit, there's a... No, I need to use the ingot anyways. Oh, I forgot how bad that is. There's so many MEBF recipes. Do I want to do this? I want to do this in the MEBF, or do I want to make the Vulcanesses take this? I'll give it to the MEBFs. Should work now. Oh wait, it wouldn't know how to mix the dust yet, because I didn't teach it. Dude. Why would I do that? Ah. Pulsating crystals are definitely auto-craftable. Okay, now you should work. Right? Okay, you don't know how to make pulsating crystals. We're cooked. What method do I want to use? Probably this one, right? Surely now. There we go. I also need the lens on this thing. Where's the normal crystal? Here. What the hell are you? Surely we have some. We actually do. No clue why we would, but fine. Guess I just autoclave it? Which one's easier to make? Probably the exquisite gem. Assuming we have an amethyst laser engraver. No. Rock salt? No, fine. We'll make a block then. Does this work? Is this something I'm allowed to do? Oh, wait, no, you don't have the lubricant. Oh, this is our lathe. What the hell? There we go. So this thing is gonna output precipitate. It'll go in, and it'll go out. Okay, lots of input and output buses. What's prismatic gas used for? Prismatic acid, which is used for prismatic naquita, which is used for prismatic naquita composite slurry, which is used for radiation-proof prismatic naquita composite sheets, which is used for naquita universal insulator foil. There you go. I'm gonna level maintain some things real quick, because I know we need a lot of a lot of boron plasma to make this work, and we also need boron plasma for other things, so I'm just gonna... Not cells. Okay. What the hell? Go here. That should work. Right, it doesn't remember. Okay, and then I need liquid nitrogen. This is the last thing we need for the whole system. So, for liquid nitrogen, we need nitrogen, and this base currently does not produce nitrogen, which is very funny because it's such a basic chemical. So, we're gonna make a nitrogen factory, and it's gonna be basically exactly the same as the one I used in my main base, just way more. So, all we need to do is get some air intake hatches on a vac freezer, turn it into liquid air, and then centrifuge it with, like, probably 8 or 16 centrifuges. The problem is, vacuum freezers are slow, and if I wanted a fast vacuum freezer, then we can do this. Of course. Oh, those are a bunch of cool overclocks. Did not know about that. Huh. Anyways, Mega Vacuum Freezer is really ugly, and ideally I would shove it under the ground and forget about it, but the ground is for lasers. We have a bunch of holes everywhere to have laser pipes going everywhere. And so if I put a giant, like, Mega Vac here, we wouldn't be able to shoot lasers through it. So I need to figure out where to put the vac freezer. I could just, you know, stick it in this building at the end of the road and act like that's completely normal. It would look so weird. But, like, how high is this thing? There, that's the height of the vac freezer. I don't want to do that. I could use a cryo freezer, but it's less scalable, and also I'd have to use cryothium for our nitrogen, which is sad. You know what? What if I just did it anyways? Stick the entire thing under the ground, and hope Goose doesn't get mad. You don't need to shoot lasers through here, right? You can shoot lasers through there. It's fine. Copium. 28 wall share to make a vacuum freezers. I could. And I might. Because it would be very funny. I don't know if you guys remember the image that 3 sent me. Maybe that wasn't even on stream. But there is a way you can wall share a ton of vac freezers in a small space. I think that's enough. Oh shit, why'd you do that? Can't see anything. This is the 6-sided wall share. Now this is a weird thing because the vac freezer doesn't actually check for air blocks. You'd think it would want to be hollow, but no, you can put anything inside of a vac freezer. And so you can wall share it in a way that the walls of the other vacuum freezer is inside of the first one. And so you can do it in this weird diagonal pattern. Let me demonstrate it. As long as they don't share the controller, it's fine. So I'm going to do a small version because I don't want to build out the entire mega vac for this demonstration. But you have a vac freezer here. And then you just have another vac freezer here. And the controller is covered up here, but it doesn't matter. And then you can also have another vac freezer over here. And there's also a way to do this in 3 dimensions as well to make the vac freezer orb. And it gets like 48 perfectly wall-shared vac freezers. And it's so cursed. I might have to do that, because if this is the distillation... Oh, it updated. No. If this is the distillation tower we're going with, I should probably do the vac freezer orb. Also, I don't know where I went wrong in calculating this, but I really, really went wrong. Oh, I only did a half. That makes sense. When I was counting. Uh-oh. Do we even have enough space for a vac freezer? Can I place blocks down here? No. Uh-oh. I need 3 more blocks. Put it in the sky? I want this building to look good. That's why we're putting it down here. Put it at max height. Oh, I don't want to. Also, the only reason a multi-wall share like that would be good is if I maxed out the parallels on the first vac freezer. Peek out a bit. I don't want to, because I want this area to be usable, and it's just going to look bad. I think we could have some evil vac freezer array in the sky. Oh, apparently I can't go up quickly. Here, this is world height. This isn't high enough. This literally just isn't high enough. This is visible. I guess we're doing this. Because this is the only way I can do it without making it completely ass. It's still gonna be kind of annoying. But it's gonna be decoratable this way, at least. Oops. Oh, we just have one? I'll autocraft another then. Okay, here we go. Easy. It's so ugly. Oh, I miscalculated. It's a little bit smaller than... Wait a minute. It's significantly smaller than I thought. There's still good reason to raise it like this, but I might only raise it 2 blocks now. It would still poke through the floor, but that was kind of unnecessary. It's 1 block smaller in each direction. The Goose is gonna be upset. No, no, he wouldn't. So it's 7 blocks to center, really? I always thought it was 8. Okay, there. I'm still putting it a little bit above the void. Go down. Well, I don't want it to be level with the floor, because then I'd have to just have a giant aluminum pane here, which would look really bad. I'd rather have like a 2-block incline on this entire area, because a 1-block incline is still... It's still kind of just a little increase in the floor. 2 blocks looks a bit more intentional, if that makes any sense. I'm really tempted to do a quad vac wall share, by the way. $500 hatches with covers. I could. But yeah, to be clear, this is not how the vac freezer is gonna look. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new floor here. We're gonna have a little edge here. I mean, it's probably not gonna be exactly here. You have a staircase up onto it, and you have this raised platform for all of the air centrifuging. And so you wouldn't even see the vac freezer at all. Like, yes, I am raising the floor. The reason I've put it this high instead of 1 block lower is because raising it by 2 blocks looks more intentional than raising it by 1 block. Because if I only raise it by a 1 block, then it's just like this tiny little step. And it's like less intentional. This also gives me room to do more cursed wall sharing, because I can put a vac freezer behind it. Question is, am I actually going to do any cursed wall sharing right now? Yes. Actually, no, I need to do math. Hold on. So this is an MV recipe. And an MV recipe. No, what? Wait, the other thing was MV, wasn't it? Yeah, the other thing was MV. This is HV. HV recipe. 4 at EV, 16 at IV, 64 at LUV. So then 256 at ZPM. If I want to upgrade it more, a quad vac freezer would be optimal. 4 ZPM vac freezers. I mean, that's necessary, right? We gotta do it. We're out of steel screws. Fine, cool. That's not enough. Oh, it's 50 kilobytes, really. Quad Megavac freezer is crazy for liquid air. No clue what you're talking about. This guy clearly hasn't played before. I gotta make the most of the parallels. And more importantly, I really want to use the quad vac freezer. It's so funny. Turning air into alcohol. We can do that, actually, if we take the liquid air. And then centrifuge it here, we get noble gases. The centrifuges into methane, carbon dioxide. The methane here, I think, where's the chem reactor? Here. I think we can turn this into methanol. Where are you? That's chloroform. I don't want that. Dimethylbenzene. Wait, is there no methanol recipe? Okay, we can do... Probably more accurate to what Nile Red did. Liquid air, centrifuge into noble gases, make carbon dioxide. React with hydrogen, which we're also getting, I think. No, we're getting helium. There's deuterium. Logically, this should be doable, but it's not. Okay, electrolyze methane into hydrogen. Combine carbon dioxide with hydrogen to get methanol. Then methanol here. Oh, but that's not 100% from air. Is there a way to do Nile Red's video in this? That's biodiesel, what the hell? I just went off of color. Where's ethanol? I want it. Oh no, can you not make ethanol out of methanol? I don't think you can. Actually, I don't think you can. Damn. Unrealistic. Shit-ass mod pack. That's a lot of vacs. Can you start crafting, by the way, please? That would be great, thanks. No, you just refuse to mix. Why didn't you mix? You're on... Oh, you're a 2 circuit. Centrifuges inside of them. Can I can wireless them out of it. You can't place machines inside of Megavac? I think you can. I mean, it's what I'm gonna be doing right now. You wanna watch? Here we go. You can't, well, you can't put machines inside of other machines in modern versions, but Greg Tech does not care about game balance or well thought out design. Also, I've rethought, I think a 1-block ledge actually might work, so we're just gonna take back everything I said. Oh wait, these won't be inside of each other. They'll be just outside of each other. I think this will be fine. Though I really want to prove a point now, so... Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn this thing around. Then build it. Then we're gonna put another vac freezer controller here. Turn it around and build it. Then we're gonna... Oh shit. I can't continue this exactly that way. Though, maybe I can. Wait. Oh! Whoops. Can I undo that one? That one was bad. Okay, it looks like it's fine. There we go. Rotate that there. Then we'll build it. Shit. Oh, are we out of, aluminum casing? Why don't people do more funny crap like this? That's what this server's about. The fun thing about this is that they all share the top blocks, just the entire top face is shared, basically. And so I can put all of my, well, I can put one muffler hatch, one maintenance hatch, one input, one output, and it supplies all 4. It's effectively one vac freezer. Plays inside a vac freezer, but not a Mega EBF? Not a Mega EBF, nope. Mega EBFs break if you put anything in them. Because yes. Consistent game design. I'm scared, this thing's going too slow. Oh, no, it seems to be fine. Why aren't you solidifying? Huh. Is it multiplied too high? No, it has plenty. Okay, now it's requesting. Maybe it just chose a computer with not a lot of coprocessors. Okay, I should be able to finish this vac. What are you stuck on? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Fine. If I want this whole thing to work, I can't do it exactly like this, because it ruins my point. You can't do it in a cube, it has to be a diagonal. That's kind of annoying. Okay, I'll go back to my original idea, because it just ends up, with 4 megavacs kind of facing into each other. So we aren't going to put them inside of each other, but just know it is possible. And it might be useful if we ever expand this. I don't know why we would, though, because 4 ZPM megavacs is a little bit much. Okay, instant complete. Oh, wait, that's the wrong block. Wait, what? What? What the hell is happening? No, I need to put it further than that. I don't know why it said it's completed. I don't think that's a valid vac freezer. No, wait, it was. It actually was a valid vac, wasn't it? Yeah, because it was 1 block off of that. Oh, that's so cursed. I could still do that. I could put another vac freezer right there. Oh, no, deform the other ones. No, this is good. Okay, that's 4 megavacs. It's beautiful. Oh, there's a weird lighting shit in here. I'm just gonna measure in here to make sure it is... It should be 2 blocks smaller than it could possibly normally be. So that's 6. Yep. So it's normally supposed to be 7. Oh, what the hell? That's a lot more aluminum. Why? Why is it so much thicker on this side? When you placed inside? I don't know what you mean. Because this should be 6 blocks, because the total vac freezer size would be 7 here. This should be 6 blocks, and then this is our middle. And then 6 blocks again, but if I remove this, then this only leaves 1 layer here, which kills the far vac free. Oh. I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna verify with the holo projector. I like how we're technically making the vac freezer smaller, because the inside volume that logically is needed, and we're just shrinking that. And somehow it's faster, I guess. Yet that was missing some blocks. There. Okay, let me measure it inside now. Oh, it's way smaller. Okay. That makes sense, though. There'd be more layering. Yeah, it should be 5. There we go. So it's a perfect square. There's actually only 11 blocks. Oh, it's 11 by 11 in the middle instead of I think it would normally be 14 by 14. No, it's no larger than that. Like 17 by 17. But yeah, we'll quickly add the hatches and then it'll form. So all of these blocks, except for the edges, all of these are wall shared, and so it accesses all 4 vac freezers. Honestly, give me a second. I'm thinking about the amount of air this is gonna take in. How many buckets will it do at once? It's gonna do 2,000 buckets of normal air. Oh, I don't need I need an air intake hatch. Is that a thing we can do? I need a really good air intake. Here, this is a bit better. I wish I could do this. Wonder if I can. No. Okay, this is significantly better. It needs way more, though. How many hours of playtime does this mod pack bring? It depends how good you are and how you play, because there's different play styles, and then there's, of course, different skill levels. If GTNH is your first mod pack, and you land into most of the same playstyles as a first-time player would, it is probably in the range of 2,000 to 3,000. Looking for tech? No, not GTNH. Okay, for everyone looking for a tech mod pack, I do not recommend GTNH. I can't stop you from playing it, but if you ever want to, play like all the alternatives first. I don't recommend it. I'm playing it so you don't have to. We are on a server where I don't have to put up with all the bullshit this pack has. It's not well designed. Go choose something else. Terraformer Greg is a great mod pack. Star Technology, if you want the like weird late game bullshit and overscaling. Yeah, Star Technology has the big number go up if you want that. But it actually has like a consistent idea in it. Terraformer Greg is like a middle of the road, not too challenging, but and actually teaches the game, but also very, very satisfying. Nomi Factory, yeah, Nomi Factory's good. I'm not gatekeeping GTNH, I'm just saying you won't like it. I can't stop you from playing it. Play it at your own risk, I guess, but I would not recommend it. GTNH has big number, StarTech has big number better, so sorry. And it doesn't waste your time with it. Like, I don't mean it's easy, and I don't mean it just throws throws big number at you instantly. I just mean GTNH has a lot of artificial difficulty and bloat with magic mods and shit. And it's all pattern slop and, yeah. How many hours are you in so far? Well, we're in the mid-game now. I am at 763 hours, and everyone else is roughly around the same area. Just go play Factorio. That's a different kind of factory mod pack experience. If they're asking about modded Minecraft, they probably already know Factorio exists and are willingly not doing it, because it's a different kind of automation game. But yeah, for a beginner, GTNH is like 2,000 to 3,000 hours. For a seasoned player like me, who's like done other Greg Tech packs pretty well, it's like probably, if I wasn't on Product Singularity, just over 1,000 hours, I'd say. Product Singularity slows it down. And then for someone who's beat it before, you end up in like the 700 hour range, if you're like really speedrunning it. But that's also, multiplayer messes with it, so I think single player, that's actually not true. It's still over 1,000 hours. It wastes your time. More intermediate, 200 to 500. Literally anything else is in that range. So, Nomi Factory, Terraformer Greg, or StarTech are my top picks. Very good mod packs. Nomi Factory has a little bit more of that integration with other mods like Draconic Evolution, Ender.io, Thermal Foundation. that you might want from something like this. And it also has a hard mode if you think it's too easy. Star Technology has that huge scaling and tiers past ultimate voltage, so you have UHV, UEV, UIV. I think they even have one after that. And then Terraform Greg has the long, relatively difficult, drawn-out progression. Those are the things you could want from GTNH, and they're way better done in those packs. Does American server reset at Central European time 0? Because this is a German server, not an American server. W hype serve. Magic, I like how you corrected yourself before you sent the message. At least on my screen. We love Hypeserve here. We really love Hypeserve here. Anyone who says anything bad about Hypeserve is banned. Sorry. Unlucky. It was in the contract. No, it wasn't. Okay, what was I trying to do? Oh yeah, get the hatches on here. So, they all need to be ZPM. That's kind of a problem. It's a lot of power. And it also needs to be one hatch per multi. Which means they have to be on this outside face. Big billboard advertising Hypeserve. Did you see what Glistu built at my base? I think that was on the last day before the merge. Use lasers? I will use lasers, I just have to... I'm gonna transform from lasers back to cable power and connect all these. All ZPM power from now on is being done through lasers, we don't use P2Ps for that. Sam, you're getting banned. I'm actually not entirely aware of all the choices, but Hypeserve is literally built for modded. They advertise for GTNH, so if they're charging more, it's probably for better hardware, if I were to guess. I love Hypeserve? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Oh, I should, pattern these air hatches. Okay, how much air is this actually using? Okay, so it's gonna be 512 every 1.4 seconds per vac freezer. So, oh no, that's a lot. So we need almost 1.5 thousand buckets of air per second. Oh. 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 Yeah, I would really like this hatch, I will say. Well, we have to commit to the bit now, right? That's what, 38 hatches? That's doable. That's doable. We can do... Let's do 40 while we're at it. Doable. What is this actually? Good grief. That's a lot of palladium. I don't want to use that. And a lot of europium. And 11% of all of our oxygen. Oh wait, no, we have packets of oxygen, never mind. It doesn't look that bad. We can do that. We need a hype serve B. We already have a hype serve B. You don't need to get sponsored by them. That's really sad. Why are you designed like this? Oh no, the top's gonna look weird on this one. Dude, I have a cool idea. There we go, that works. I'll tell Mastiox about this, because this has been his biggest problem with Vect. It does mess with shadows a bit, though. Okay, now we've hidden all the vac freezers. Goose will definitely not get mad about this. And I'm gonna get another active transformer here. I think I just killed Waterline, by the way. I need to put the... Oh, shit. Oh, 100% speed boost. That's a bit high. Oh, oops. There we go. Why don't you form? Oh, now you will. Nice. What are you going to put on top? All this will be the centrifuges, because we need to centrifuge the liquid air. I am really scared of this part, because we are producing... How much? We're producing 730 buckets of liquid air per second. I think we're gonna need like 16 EV centrifuges or something, which I guess is not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, oh no, that's a lot. Put the centrifuges inside the freezers. Why is everyone asking for that? It would look so bad, and then I'd have to wireless it out of there. It is pretty funny. Uh-oh, that's just a giant hole in the ground that cuts into the grass. Not that we really care about the grass. How big are the centrifuges? 3x3. Oh, you're missing superconducting coil. 34 pumps for 4? Wait, that's broken. There's no pumps in that recipe. I guess it's just telling me we have 23. Thanks. Thanks for letting me know. Wow, this recipe is actually going pretty quick. We're just waiting on the ABSs because of course we are. ABS, my beloved. It's so good in new versions. Wait. Nice. Okay. I need a ZPM dynamo hatch. Time to pattern. We don't have one. Okay, fucking whatever. Because this is made with a lower level. Yeah, I need this dynamo hatch, which means I need a LUV dynamo scanned. Oh shit. Dude, jeez. Misclicker 9000. What else is this gonna produce? I guess it's gonna make a lot of argon. And do I even get the centrifuges for these? I guess I do. It's not a whole lot of good stuff, but deuterium's nice, I guess. This is such an unbelievably comical amount of nitrogen. I don't know if there's, like, better ways. Oh, I just remembered. Space Elevator is in 1 tier. I do not need to do this. Whatever. Necessary. It isn't here. What does the space elevator do? It is a machine that allows you to add a bunch of attachments that can do different things. The main thing I know of is the space pumping module and the space mining module. I think there's also a space assembler. But space pumping just lets you drain planets of gas infinitely. It's an infinite reservoir of gas, so this would be pumping out nitrogen. I don't know what this amount means, but that might be like its base output with no upgrades. I really don't know exactly what the number means. But then there's space mining, which will send out mining drones to other planets, automatically drill them for resources. This is when we finally stop doing meteors, because, like, Tiberium ore we can get from this. We send out a little mining drone, gets all these things. It is, I've heard, a completely stupid amount of resources, just unreasonable. I've also heard it is very good at assembling things. Oh, it's a scanner here. Fully smart. Oh, this is a lot of bullshit. We'll figure it out once I get the highest level. Okay, I need John Assline. And then I need the assembler here to make a 4A, and then a 16A and a 64A, all 0. Okay. Is there no space in 0? Okay. How do I fit more? You know what? Here you go. Okay, how are you only missing that? And what? Did it run out of tungsten? Yes, it ran out of tungsten. Okay, temporary solution. I'm gonna get a tungsten bee. That's my next next goal now. Anyways, it's only missing, what was that, superconductor spring? That's really surprising. Everything else there was craftable. I actually don't know if those long rods are doable. They're not, okay. Oh, you can't? Oh, okay. Fine. Thinking, do I want to melt and solidify? No, I'll extrude and weld, unless... Is it a sledgehammer? Okay, we do have that. There we go. Dude, just one dynamo hatch. It's 177 kilobytes. Okay, we've reached that part of the game, I guess. Cool. While we wait for that, I'm gonna set up the tungsten bee. Dude, please, let me disable my magnet. Why is there 2 stacks? Actually gonna do the Prismarine line this stream? Yeah, it's sitting right there. What I'm doing right now is getting nitrogen. It's the last part of it. And then it'll start running. So we set up a big vac freezer system, but right now there's 2 big recipes I need to wait for, and so I'm just gonna set up tungsten bee while I wait for them. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, tungsten drone. I need to make tungsten princesses. We're gonna... How many do we want? These are pretty good bees. Getting pure tungsten dust. But how much tungsten do we actually need in the end? I think I'll go 2 EV boosted. It's just slaving away at this Sheelite. It's actually going pretty fast, all things considered. Did this actually finish the Sheelite? Oh yeah, it did. It's stuck on SMD rats? What the hell? These aren't running anything. That's a great sign. I like that. Okay, that's not the wrap it's trying to craft, which is weird. But, oh, it did it now. I guess it was just waiting for something. Now this is just waiting on ABS. This is waiting on circuit assemblers. Autocrafting's free. Wow. That's crazy, actually. It just did that shit. 40 air intake hatches, no problem. Actually, it already finished 8 of them. I can start slapping them on. If I just waited 2 more tiers, by the way, to overscale it this hard, I could have done it all with 1 air intake hatch, because that thing has infinite capacity. Okay. So, this needs to be jubilant. It doesn't need to be, but I will make it jubilant. And then it's hot arid. What is your, yeah. Could also just space pumped. Yeah, true. This is, very, very unnecessary. Okay, it's tungstening time. That's kind of well-timed music. Dude, are we in? Way to autocraft these and there's already something there, because in Modern you can just control click. Why is it so long? You know, A2 autocrafting is so intimidating, I don't know where to start. It's actually very simple where to start. Believe me, autocrafting sort of just ends up like this over time, and you will understand it if you make the system yourself. You will never understand someone else's autocrafting system. Let me just set up a very, very simple example right now. Let's say you want to make plates, okay? You have a bending machine, you have an interface. Oh, that's... okay, it rotates differently in this version. You have an interface, and then, let's say you have a pattern terminal, you want to make iron plates. You choose the recipe for iron plates. Let's not do that one, we want this one. Boom. Now it's ingot to plate. Importantly, this does not need to be a real recipe. I could just decide that actually we're doing a shit recipe, and it's turning 2 ingots into a plate, and it will send 2 ingots, and only expect 1 plate back. But that's not important right now. You make the recipe, you put it on, and then, assuming the spender was part of a larger system, you request the plate, and that's it. That's where you start. And this one is multiplied to 64. And then you can continue this further. I mean, what are iron plates used in? Like an iron door? I don't know if those are auto-craftable. I shouldn't have chosen iron plate, because this actually has, like, 2 uses. Shit, is there anything I can do for an example here? Trash can, maybe? No, it needs normal cans, I think. Normal trash. Okay, well, let's use a different example then. LV casing here. We probably don't have... Yeah, we don't have steel plates already, but we have a recipe for steel plates. And so it'll find the steel ingots. All I have here is 2 recipes in the system. So there's a recipe to turn steel plates into casing, and a recipe to turn ingots into plates. You don't have to do any more. Just those 2 patterns existing, the recipes for both of those, can let the system go, okay, we don't have plates, but we have ingots. And so it starts the recipe, and there you go. It's very simply just this. That's auto-crafting. And if you extrapolate that to a combined time of, fucking yes, then you end up with an auto-crafting system that looks like this. But yeah, the first time I did auto-crafting was in my E2E playthrough. I did not get enough auto-crafting recipes. Really, a rule of thumb is, if you need more than one of it, automate it. Because, seriously, it just takes a few clicks in here and you have it automated. Especially if you have an interface terminal, this lets you access all of your machines remotely. And good grief, we have a lot of machines, what the f... But yeah, that just means you can pattern something and immediately access it and throw it in. And you have your pattern. And so if you need it more than once, you automate it. Even sometimes if you do need it once, you'd still automate it just so that you can make it that one time easier. And naturally you will end up with this, because every time you want something, oh, I need an iron door, I'll automate the iron door. And oh, there's a machine that for some reason wants an iron door. That's probably a thing, actually. But yeah, there's a machine that wants an iron door. Okay, it'll use that iron door. I don't know why you'd do that, but... It'll continue chaining it longer and longer until your crafting recipes are doing intermediate steps that are like 40 crafts long. Think of a recipe what it take to crash the game? On this server? I don't know. You'd have to do like 20 stargates. I think if you end up with a crafting plan that has a file size that is like way larger than AE2 is allowed. Like if you had a real gigabyte crafting plan, it would probably crash the game. Recommend Goose's explanation of auto-crafting. Goose kind of explained it in joke format twice in his series, but I don't think it's really that much of an explanation you'd go off of for a tutorial. It's funny if you know AE2 auto-crafting. And it's a good way to teach the fact that AE2 really does not care what you're telling it to do. It is not checking for real recipes, but apart from that, like, watch Pansmith's AE2 tutorial. The damn ABS, it's so annoying. Right, we're working on Tungsten B. But yeah, another important thing with auto-crafting for where to start is the first things that you should automate are always the things that let you automate more. In other words, you need interfaces for everything, you need cables for everything, and you need patterns for everything. for all automation. So, automate interfaces, automate cables, automate patterns. And then naturally, hey, interfaces need aluminum, and so you automate aluminum. And oh, cables need me to build a lathe, so you automate the lathe. And naturally, you'll end up with a bit of infrastructure, and you build off of that for other things. Hey, I'm needing a lot more HV machines. I'm just going to automate HV circuits. I need a lot more MV machines as well. I need MV circuits now. And just very, very slowly, you'll notice that suddenly you are auto-crafting, like, rockets. Any real need for subnets? Is it down to preference? There is a very real need for subnets. None of this would be possible without subnets. So, first of all, storing things on subnets is very important. I've just become the tutorial channel, whatever. Storing things on subnets is very important because we have a lot of shit here. Like, look at this. This is 18 million potassium. If I was storing that in the mainnet storage cells, it would fill 2 entire drives without letting anything else fit in them. Like, these are gigantic drives. It would fill up 2 of them. Actually, almost 3 of them. That is so much potassium. So having a subnet where the potassium can never overflow into the other cells is very useful, because then the other cells are kept safe permanently. Goose doesn't do this. I don't know why. Me and Nine are constantly scared of what Goose builds, because there's shit like this, where there's 3.1 million enriched Naquita. It is never going to leave storage, and it is rapidly filling up all of our cells. That's terrifying. That's bad AE2 design. But the other important use of subnets is this. Just ignore everything else. Black cable only. This interface goes into this interface, which is only on the black cable. And we're often mixing fluids and items. Yeah, here. This is distilled water and gray dye to get water mixed gray dye. That's an item and a fluid, gray dye and distilled water. So, by sending it into the subnet, it stores the item in here, because this is an item storage bus, and it stores the fluid in here. And oh, would you look at that, that's an input bus and an input hatch. And so it stores, well, it starts the recipe and goes. And so, that's a very basic subnet, and we can even use this for item-only recipes if we want more interfaces. Like, on the bender here. Oh, did we not do it on the bender? Never mind. No, this is the bender. Here we go. There's a lot of plate recipes, so we have 3 interfaces going into a subnet with only 1 output destination. And so, that's a good use of a subnet to just give more interfaces to 1 hatch. And then the other important thing is stuff like this assembly line. This is impossible to automate without a subnet. Basically impossible. I mean, you could do weird, like, round-robin distribution, but it's really hard. Basically, all these storage buses are on a different priority. This one's on 16, this one's on 15, this one's on 14, and as the recipe sends items into this subnet, it will put them in order. Let's say samarium rod, iridium rod, small iridium rod, some cables, and it puts it all in order for the assembly line to put it together. And so that's a very good way of actually organizing recipes like that. I really don't know how you do this without that, because there's so many different hatches, and without a subnet, it's just impossible to cover. And then finally, processing lines are probably the most insane use of subnets, because it completely skips any thought process you ever have to do. Where's a good example here? Maybe this samarium line. It's always just like, you send items in through a storage bus, and then they go back out into the subnet through an output bus. They only have one place to be stored. Let's say it's over here. It gets stored in there, and then immediately outputs back into the mainnet. Well, into the subnet. And always input, and then output and storage bus, input, output, storage bus, and it always just chains into the next thing. These machines could be arbitrarily far apart, and they'd work perfectly. Subnets just let you remove any kind of thought process with item distribution. So those are all of the main uses for subnets. It goes deeper than that, though, so they're very important. In most packs, you really don't need subnets. You don't need to understand how they work. I think GTNH and maybe StarTech. I mean, it's useful in every pack, but GTNH, you need subnets to beat it. Most other packs I've played, you don't need them. And it's honestly more fun without them, because with processing lines, it simplifies it so much, you're basically building nothing. What do you mean? Oh, there's a block there, I see. Why is there another block there? Don't know how much I've been screwing up my A2 system. Were you storing things in mainnet? Because you will very quickly learn the lesson of not using storage buses. I'm just saying, if you use storage buses to store all passive systems, you are better at the game than Neurotic Goose, okay? Not to throw shade, but he doesn't. I don't get it. He has no justification for it, and it's bit him in the ass so many times. But he stores everything on mainnet. There's no benefit! It's equally easy to store in mainnet versus subnet. It's just way safer in subnet. Old habits, I guess. Centralized storage subnet. I don't think that's necessary. I guess it saves on channels, but there is a little bit of lag that comes with subnets, so... at best, it's kind of a useless complication that saves a few channels. At worst, it will cause huge TPS problems. Because the more items you store in a mainnet, the laggier it gets. It's negligible when you're just storing passives, but if you're storing everything on a subnet, that becomes noticeable. Storing everything in a big colossal chest and void upgraded drawers. So, colossal chests can chunk corrupt. It's not much of a problem in StarTech because they modified them to make it harder to chunk corrupt them. You can't build as big of a colossal chest, and you have AE2. But if you don't switch off of the colossal chest by EV, you could delete your world. You could irreparably corrupt it. Even if it doesn't, it will cause insane lag, memory leaks. Please switch off of that thing. Those things are not meant to be filled. As much storage as they give you, they're just not meant to. What makes something a subnet? If it's a network that isn't connected to mainnet, that's all it is. It often interacts with mainnet, which is why it isn't just a network, but a subnet is just another network. Like, if you look at this network is two storage buses, fluid and item, an interface, and that's it. Here's its power source. That's the network. There's nothing else connected to mainnet in there. But yeah, that's a fully functional, independent AE2 network. But yeah, actually, right here we have a good example of a subnet processing line and storage system. Because... do I want that there? No, I'll put that there. We have an output bus ME. If you're playing StarTech, this is just an output bus with an interface on the front of it. It works the same, but this thing has a higher capacity. So let me just demonstrate here. Pretend this is a normal output bus. You put it into an interface, works exactly the same. But yeah, we have output bus ME. We'll leave the same out here. And then we want an input bus on here. And then you storage bus it. And this thing's going to be outputting purified piles of... wait, no, this is going to be molybdenum. And so what I've done here is all purified piles of molybdenum in the entire subnet will go into this centrifuge and get centrifuged. Even if there's like 5 different machines making a molybdenum byproduct, they will always go here. That's why it skips so much of the headache. Luckily, we don't have that. The reason I'm doing it like this, though, is because there are some byproducts. This recipe is going to make some molybdenum, so I'm filtering out the purified piles to go into here with a storage bus. And this one's going to be tungsten. And then the actual molybdenum dust will get stored, because it's getting sent into the subnet, so they automatically get separated, since everything's filtered. It just skips all of the logistical headaches. Subnet connected via pad. It's not connected. A subnet is not connected. It does not have access to the mainnet. If I were to put a terminal on that network... I went to the mixer, where is it? If I put a terminal here, it is not connected to mainnet. There is no items in this network, because whenever items get inserted into it, which happens because this thing is sending items into this interface, which then needs to store them, and the only storage spots are these two things. Every time an item gets sent in, it gets mixed, so there's never any items in that network. It is a fully functional AE2 network. Like, this could work if I didn't even have mainnet nearby, and was just manually inserting items. Okay, it's not connected. When we say subnet, it is just a fully independent network that just so happens to sometimes receive items from the mainnet. Storage buses round robin on the same priority? No, they have some other priority that's like nearest first or something. They do not distribute. We ran into that a lot in the LFTR system. You know, this is the first stream I've ever gotten actually smart questions, and now I'm spending the entire time being a tutorial YouTuber. How would you connect a subnet for autocrafting? Okay, this is a mechanic of interfaces. Okay, modern versions, you would use... I think you can use a pattern provider or interface. But either way, these things, they take items, okay? If you have a autocrafting recipe, let's say this is a machine, if it's outputting back into the interface, it's not just magically storing it. That is a function of the interface that'll send it back to the network. So this thing, it shows up as an item, but if I had it connected to mainnet right now, let's say I just find a cable here. Yeah, here. Chuck it in, it goes into mainnet. This is a function of interfaces. So if we go back here, what's happening is we have a pattern provider interface here, which has all of the recipes, and it goes into a subnet interface. These are not connected. I'll show a better way to look at this, because these are flat interfaces. This is just a mainnet interface pointing into a subnet interface, and this thing takes all of its items and stores them in here. So I put an item in here, it stores it. So the way it interacts is through interfaces trying to store things. This is just trying to store it in the input bus. pattern provider and interface are separate blocks in modern AE2. Yeah. She has the same block to swap with the wrench. No, they are always the same block in GTNH. I like that they separated this, because they do serve very different purposes. So, right now, this is doing two different things. In Modern, you have patterns in the pattern provider, and you have requests in an interface. In GTNH, this is the same block, which makes it much more confusing. But in Modern, this is only in a pattern provider. You put your crafting patterns. We have a bunch of them just sitting around for some reason. Sure, thickened glass, that will go there. And then there's separately requests. This is an interface, which just demands things. You can put a crafting card, you can put an acceleration card. They should be separate, but for the purposes of what I was demonstrating, these can both be pattern providers. This is a pattern provider. I'm directing it just so that it doesn't hit the other sides. Because if you don't direct it, it can send into either of these inventories. So it's just good habit to direct it like this. Or better, turn it into the small form, which does exactly the same thing, but it's just smaller. It's good habit to do that, but basically, these can be pattern providers, or you can do pattern provider and interface, which actually, in this version, would be the dual interface. If you want more recognizable textures, this is also functional, if this is just a normal interface. And then the other one's a pattern provider. So yeah, Modern does change it. I agree with the change, but it works functionally the same most of the time. Don't get why the big one even exists. You can't really input into the small one. So if you have a system that's like, you have a bunch of pipes going into one location, you'll want to use the block interface, because I don't have item pipes on me. This is something I do a lot in other playthroughs. There's a bunch of pipes trying to go into mainnet. I'll want all of them to like collect together into this interface, because a small interface like this, you can't input like that. You see, it disconnects. It doesn't like it. How do I give this enough channels? Because this is 3... It's gonna be another 4, so that's 7. Yeah, clearly not enough channels. Pro tip to everyone in chat, don't enable channels. It's kind of annoying. StarTech has them off by default. Keep it that way. I mean, I guess I can... Where's the dense cable? Oh, it's literally in my inventory. I like channels. The problem with channels is that once you solve them once with something like this, or just a good carrier net and main net separation, there's nothing interesting about them. Like, once you've solved it once, it's just the same deal always. No channels can corrupt your world? I don't think that's true. I see why people would find them interesting the first time. I was the same way, but now that I've seen them done right, I do not give a shit. Cool, that's how to solve them. Never want to do that again. Because it just makes everything else annoying. Wait. I shouldn't do it like this. There we go. Finally. I figured out how I'm gonna do it. Where do I want to store everything? We need to store drones, molybdenum, and tungsten. I think that's it. Oh, there's slag comb as well. There's 4 things we need to store. I don't think it's configurable. Channels are configurable, right? I remember in TFG, there was a bunch of modes with just with the command. So there's channel mode. I think by default 32, because 32 is the maximum per cable. You can go 32, 64, 120, and infinite. I think I might be misremembering, but yeah, very easy to configure. Oh, are you guys just talking about item transfer? What? Yeah, item transfer in AE2 is practically infinite. It depends on a couple mechanics. Like an interface, here's your 9 slots. You're limited by how quickly all 9 slots can be filled, and then how quickly the game can detect them and put them into the storage system. With something like a output bus ME like that, that doesn't become a limitation at all, because it just dumps it directly in the network with no interface in between. But, yeah, it's always limited by your connector. Import buses and export buses are bad because of this, because they're just naturally very slow. Especially if you're in modern versions, or I say modern, 1.12, literally anything except 1.7. GregTech input buses will auto-pull from the block in front of them, so you can just put an interface that requests items on it, and it's faster than an export bus always. Channels are property of all AE2 networks. Yeah, but you can configure it to have infinite channels. Everyone without channels. No, this network, like, hold on. If I remove this controller and power it separately, it can work without a controller, absolutely. In fact, what's a better example? Here, one of these networks. These don't have controllers, okay? This is one line of cables with a quartz fiber powering it. This doesn't have a controller, but it does have channels. If I do network visualizer, it has 4 channels in it. By default, these tiny networks, I think, have just 32 channels, or maybe it's 8. But yeah, this has channels in it. It just doesn't have a controller. The only network that doesn't have channels is this network right here. Okay, that is a no-channel network, because it is not receiving any channels, and it is not using any channels. It doesn't have power, so it can't have any. Though technically you can just slap an interface on it, and it gives you a channel if you power it. But yeah, channels have nothing to do with cable layout. Like, let's say I put an interface here. In fact, let's even make this clearer. This network would use 1 channel, even though there's all this, and then this is for. This is what for? What am I saying? 2. Good grief. 2 channels, 3 channels. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with network structure. Each thing uses 1 channel. The channel limit on the server default. What's the controller in the subnet for? It's using a lot of channels. So there's going to be 4 here. Wait, no, 5 here. And then there's another 3 here. There's 2 here. There's 4 here. Then there's its interface with the mainnet, which is going to be another 2. So it's just better to have a controller to handle all that. Really fun thing about subnets, by the way. Oh. Wait, why am I putting the input bus here? That's wrong. Don't do that. Really fun thing with subnets, if you connect a subnet to the mainnet accidentally, let's say I just place one of my orange cables around here or not even, an uncolored mainnet cable, connect it here, then there will be a controller here, and a controller there. And now, there are 2 controllers in the network, it instantly kills it, the entire network dies, and you lose all of your storage and in this case, power distribution. Just temporarily, it doesn't delete it, it's just, it kills the network, it doesn't do anything until you disconnect that. I could demonstrate, but it would shut down every machine in the base, so... Change on article the best mod pack in terms of polish and content. I would wholeheartedly disagree with that. After 800 hours of this bullshit, I think NEI is pretty good. I think some of the AE2 add-ons are pretty good, and I will end it there. I hear every single GTNH glazer say the same sentence. That exact phrasing, and I don't know where it started, but you guys say the same thing, and I have nothing to back it up. I don't know if you've even played. Genuinely. Like, we'll go back over here. Oh, whoops. Misclicked. If this is polish, then I'm never playing this game again. I'm not playing Minecraft. If that's polish, I'm done. I'd rate StarTech on that scale. On polish? I don't think it's great, because it has create, which is not well thought out. But most of it does fit together very well. There's no weird rough edges with shit like witch farms and XP crafting. So I'd put it slightly above GTNH, but not by much. I think it's unbalanced. I think the biggest thing that StarTech suffers from is that it's incredibly unbalanced, which is why I'm just playing it casually. But if I were to play it in any other serious scenario, like if I did a Product Singularity on StarTech, yeah, we'd have Stargate in 3 days, maybe 4. Just don't use create. Exactly, like StarTech gives you a choice with that. What am I doing? Oh yeah, energy hatches. But yeah, there's weird mod choices. They don't fit together well. There's like mob drops that shouldn't exist. Like, hold on. There's some shit I've never seen in a mod pack before. First of all, there's all the looting yes glitches, which they have started to patch, but it's still really weird. But then, let's go over to here. Where is it? Oh, did I break it? No, it's here. So this is a dimension in the game that they have not ever touched, because why would they? Can I walk, please? Jeez. It is made entirely of bedrock, but there's a pickaxe that can break it. And it has every single ore. There's just a tag. It just looks for the tag for ore, which causes some really stupid shit. Like, here's forestry apatite. That's not possible. Or shouldn't be. Here's moon cheese, casually. Here's Minecraft coal ore, which, by the way, does mine into just straight coal, which is not supposed to normally be possible. Whatever. Here's Industrial Craft 2 tin ore. Nice, good. Vanilla iron ore. More IC2 tin. We got some IC2 copper. Where's the fucked ones? Where's the really bad ones? There's GT. There's like gt.meta or something the .name somewhere around here. I don't know where it is. Oh, here's Tinker's aluminum, which was removed from the pack, by the way. But I guess not. Here's Galactic Craft silicon ore. Yes. And then for some reason there's an ore dictionary recipe to smelt it into normal silicon. Like, this isn't polished. I don't know what you're getting at. And this is just a dimension they give you. Like, it's not like they're trying to hide this. It's not like they did stupid shit to get here. This is just something they give you. Bug report? No, this is just how this dimension is. It's been known for a long time. They don't want to change it, though, because then they'd have to, like, restructure it. There's also all the stupid witch farm stuff, which I've heard is technically intended, but why? Oh, you can passive steal at, like, 5 dust per second, but you can't ever get copper or tin. Nice. Oh, and breaking the bedrock is also intended. That's just something a certain pickaxe can do. It's not like we're doing crazy shit for that either. And XP crafting? I mean, I guess it's out of the polish debate, but it's a very poor game design decision. It was added specifically for Garden of Grind, and is the most unbalanced shit I've ever seen in a mod pack. Like, I've played E2E, SevTech, Nomi Factory, Star Technology, Terraformer Greg on all of its versions, which is basically 2 mod packs at this point. I've played a weird-ass ancient mod pack called Space Astronomy. That was actually my first. Didn't get very far. I think I played Tekkit briefly. I've played several FTB packs. I played ATM 9 to the Sky. I played Sky Factory 3, Sky Factory 2.5, Sky Factory 4. I have never seen the jank and just weird interactions, the amount of crashes and exploits, and I've wiped 9's inventory accidentally at one point. I just randomly crash whenever the game feels like it. I've never seen that in another pack. So, I don't know what you're saying. What does XP crafting do? Okay, so you know XP? You can get an XP drain, like this, and it takes your experience points and turns it into a liquid. Then you take an experience bucket, or where is it? What's it called? It's just an XP bucket. Here. And you can craft it into any resource, because yes. And it does give you the bucket back. I'm not even joking. Here's charcoal, redstone, glass, string, clay, stone, flint, gypsum, calcite, sulfur, quartz sand. What was that? Iron? Okay. Iron, tin, nickel, copper, rubber, obsidian, brick, wrought iron, sticky resin, arsenic, zinc, silver, gold, gallium, leather, cobalt brass, straight cobalt brass, just sitting there. And those were all specifically added to make zero block possible. Not that a normal player is gonna try that. They added features for a challenge run. Why? And this is so heavily exploitable. It is unbelievable. There's so many ways to get XP. Like, they added a multi-block that perfectly overclocks called the Extreme Entity Crusher. You unlock it in Eevee, and once you get that, oh, boom, I have 2.3 million copper. Cool. Like, a lot of people watching my videos were confused how other teams ended up with a bunch of resources. Like, around LV, you go to Goose's base, he has 800,000 copper ingots. And my viewers were, like, almost offended at that. Yeah, it's XP crafting, they just got that. I was using the intended way of mining, and I wanted to quit. Eevee, nobody's using XP crafting. Ducklings did it until Ivy, and it's still the majority of our resource base. Like, this is all well, half of this is XP crafted. This is almost all XP crafted. Where is it here? That's half XP crafted. This is mostly XP crafted. This is mostly XP crafted. That's mostly XP crafted. This is basically all XP crafted. This is mostly XP crafted. That's mostly, well, that's half XP crafted, half of my bees. That's half XP crafted. Like, yeah, most of the majority of our resource base comes from XP. That's the reason we've been able to progress so far. We don't have any normal sources. Disable XP crafting? That's a series of recipes. You can't just disable it. It's here. I was going to choose to XP craft and better options are available. That's the problem. There is no better options. It's so easy to get infinite XP, and I mean literally infinite. There's a XP obelisk that has not a number XP in it, and it will never drain. That's how we get our resources. Man, nobody uses it? Well, the pack's unbearable without it. That's the problem. Until Void Miner, which we can now get, but we don't want to because XP crafting is cheaper anyways. Until Void Miner, there's really no other practical way. Oh, 2.9 crop breeding. Nobody wants to do crop breeding. XP crafting's easier. Right, I need my mainnet cable here. I'm gonna set up tungsten and go. I don't have enough time to actually finish Prismarine line. So we had all major crops on H that's not gated to EV and just took up a couple of days to breed. Yeah, well, a couple of days is still longer. So the player's going to take the path of least resistance, and on this server, they were starting to XP craft by the end of the first day, and they had automated it a week later. And in the process, by the way, they had already passive steel, gold, and iron on that first day, so... My point is that there's not polish. If you like it unpolished, this is why Goose plays it, and this is why Goose also is not liking the direction the pack is going, because they are actually trying to make it more polished. It's just kind of trying to scoop water out of the Titanic. This is why Goose doesn't like 2.9, because the whole appeal with GTNH is that it's really jank and exploitable. Because otherwise, why would you play the pack? All the other Great Tech packs are more stable and make more sense. And now that all this shit's getting patched, he doesn't really like it. Which, I feel the same way. This is one of my main appeals on the server at this point, just seeing whatever the Goose is doing. And what we can do with the fallout from what he's doing. That's why we're not updating. This is the reason Mr. Jank is getting patched? Yeah, it's very funny. Because the whole reason he's playing is literally getting written out of the game. Also, the fact that crop breeding is the primary intended passive resource source in the newest version, they thought that's like a huge, big fix for the pack that just makes it so much better is hilarious to me. Oh boy, I love watching grass grow, literally. In fact, that bee breeding is the second best one is really bad. I know, I joke a lot about bee breeding. Oh man, I love bee breeding. Because it has so far been the most satisfying way to generate resources. That doesn't mean it's satisfying. It's still the worst I've ever experienced in a mod pack. I fucking hate it. But it's the best I've had here. And I'll take it as far as I can, because it's how I have fun on this server. On Product Singularity, a lot of these concerns go away, because I don't have to deal with it. Not my problem. But I would never play the pack single player. Absolutely not. Like, I want to make the distinction clear. I really don't like GTNH. But I really do love this server, okay? Current StarTech running your first experience with the pack, yeah. And it's the first time I've seen a pack where Create and GregTech are in unrestricted integration with each other, which is... You can see how that goes. It's only getting worse, by the way, I will say. It's the intended resource generation method in TFG. So TFG has its resources balanced differently. You don't need as much as you do in GTNH, and so mining rigs work. Also because the veins aren't chunk locked. This is a very weird feature in GTNH, where veins only appear every 3 chunks, which means until manual ore mining is obsolete, it is impossible to get a mining drill to drill multiple veins at once. But in TFG, they can spawn wherever, so if you find a good region with, by the way, there's geology, so you can know, oh hey, this is igneous extrusive, so it'll have these veins, and I want those veins. So you go to an igneous extrusive region, find an area with like 4 of the veins you want, boom, place a drill, you get a ton of those resources. That works really well, but also, they are getting proper passives going. So on the moon, there's the regolith collector, which you can send through a processing line to get just straight iron, tin, copper, and I think graphite as well. Well, carbon, diamond, some other stuff, I forget. And then you do their whole cool, like, Factorio-style interplanetary logistics to get that back to your main base and use it. That's so cool! And then later in Eevee, you have the Ostrom extractor, which then sends it through this cool, like, what's it called? I think it's kind of like a cyclotron particle accelerator thing to catch different radioactive materials, and then you get lead, thorium, uranium, and some other stuff. And you can passive all the resources you need to run and build your fission reactor. And then you also get some byproducts that are useful in other resources. They have so many cool passives and interesting ways to distribute it. I think it's really cool. I'll say though, TFG is my favorite pack. It is very good. It is so satisfying. Can't wait for it to be finished. Eventually. After Sea of Sorrow releases, surely. Dude, when it's finished, though, it's actually going to be an unstoppable mod pack. That's a... What am I doing? Holy peak. I want to do that for mainnet interfacing. Say TFG is the best GregTech pack. I would go as far to say it is the best pack. Best mod pack I've ever played. I think StarTech has a few fun moments, but I don't think it's even in the range. I don't think it's in the same neighborhood as TFG. It is just... It's exactly what I've wanted for... I said this in my intro for part 1, where it's exactly the experience I had been looking for around 6 years. That was not a joke, by the way. I had dreamed of a mod pack that worked like that. Where you have this really slow technological progression starting in the Stone Age and realistically progressing into GregTech and further. That's really cool, and I've wanted that for so long, and then suddenly it just appears. It was really hard to find, by the way, originally. Because it's such an obscure mod pack. Now it's not. What the f- Nice storage bus. Dude. You should try Sussy. I might try it, but I don't really want to commit to it. Because I know it could be actual hell. Not could be, I know it is. I've heard from a lot of, like, experienced players that it's, like, not worth trying. Let's see, Supersymmetry. It is Minecraft's actual hardest mod pack, and possibly also the actual most realistic. I know I just killed both clickbait titles in that sentence, but it has the most autistically overcomplicated and just... Well, it was specifically designed to be incomprehensible because of a 100-player event that was using it. The devs were in that event, and they made the pack worse and more incomprehensible for that player event, because the guy making it works at CERN, and so he'll understand particle physics, and his friends all understand chemistry very well, and so they made it stupidly just... It's bad, okay? Like, for example, polyethylene. I forget the amount of steps to make just normal, like, mid-density polyethylene, but there's multiple kinds. There's LDPE, there's HDPE, there's UHDPE, and there's another, like, intermediate kind, and they all have weird catalytic recipes. Also, oh yeah, AE2 is gated to UHV, I should mention that. And they're taking so long to add all this shit, because each tier gets into the 400-hour range, that, it only goes to Eevee right now, which is when you unlock a bed, by the way. Though I really want to try it because GregTech without AE2 genuinely sounds so appealing to me after all this AE2 slop. Also, are we functional? Are we going? No, I didn't connect you to power. Ah, shit. But yeah, because of no AE2, it's actually difficult, unlike GTNH, which just takes a long time, but is generally only grindy. Also, there I said it, GTNH isn't hard. And then also the processing lines end up, even with being with AE2, if you somehow cheated it in, it would still be really complex. Because those processing lines get stupidly hard. You wouldn't passiving this line through level maintainer? I don't really need to. Oh, 9 joined, upgraded the capacitor to 540 billion and left. Thanks. But yeah, I already have the Prismarine line basically set up. It's very simple. I don't need a level maintainer. For something like Platline, where it reuses the same machine a bunch, I definitely see the value of this, but for this, each machine is only used once. Except, I guess, LCR. Now there's 2 LCRs. It just seems simpler to do a straight line. Level maintainers seem useful for repeating machines. It's a good introduction pack to GregTech. Probably Star Technology or Nomi Factory. I've seen the modern TFG stuff, and I think if you haven't done something like Late Game Factorio or another GregTech pack before, or at least like an expert, like E2E or something, TFG could be a little bit too far. I think for someone who hasn't ever played any form of GregTech, it is a bit much. Because I've seen the recipes now. They did make it a lot harder, which I like, but it's just not as beginner-friendly, I'd say. So either StarTech or Nomi Factory. Oh, Mastiox is here. Is he joining for any prolonged amount of time? Oh. Hey, Mastiox. We have things scheduled in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I log on. I see 56 uncleared power fails. I wonder what happened here.
Dude, I've gotten like a million really, like, actually smart and informed questions, and so I've been sitting here basically being an AE2 tutorial. And then we ended up in a debate about which pack is beginner-friendly or polished between all the big Greg Tech names, and so I haven't been able to finish my damn tungsten system.
Honestly, StarTech, really easy to get into
Yeah,
for Greg.
StarTech's definitely most beginner-friendly. Especially because it gives you such unbalanced and insane create shit.
Well, also in HV, you get a perfect overclocking multi-blocks
Yes,
for
balanced.
some ungodly reason. And also the hardened industrial furnace is just there. Like, the thing is overpowered.
What is that?
Oh, everything just power failed again in
the LSC
in the
was just
nuclear area.
upgraded to 540 billion.
We're at 20% power, but it's power failing the stuff at the nuclear plant. I don't know why.
I think 9 fucked it up. Is 9 here? I think 9 messed something up.
Is the power tap? Device missing channel. What? How?
Did the AE2 system just die? Oh shit. Oh! No, that might be my fault.
Did you make a loop?
I might have
a lot of
somehow.
Stuff. Power failed. Okay, we're back. Do I need to inspect? Do I need to be the AE2 inspector? Hold on. For not all machines, power fail clear again.
Yeah, Blurbin, the reason I got you on call is because we're gonna be probably a little bit. Because I have been put into GTNH Purgatory.
Okay.
I can
what
help.
are you working
what do you
on?
need?
I'm working on tungsten. I was gonna finish my Prismarine line, but because of our thing, I probably won't be able to.
Honestly,
unless you want to help.
Prisma's over here?
Yeah. Maybe we could get it done. Literally all I need right now is liquid nitrogen, and then I hook everything up and it starts.
Liquid nitrogen? How is it passive? Like, or I mean, is it
yeah,
looped or no?
I'm gonna set up passive for liquid nitrogen.
Just use the second, oh wait, no. We could just make another mega vac for it or something, I don't know.
Oh, I see what happened. I placed a wireless connector in a spot I really shouldn't have.
Oh, I see. You're doing the algae, yeah. I was gonna do the algae farms, I just never got to putting it down.
Dude, I gotta show you what I have, lined up for nitrogen production.
Are you doing the comb for, Prisma?
Yep.
Okay. Why are these all incomplete structures? Oh, I know, you just never turned them on, that's why.
Yeah, because I don't have anything configured yet. Well, I do have quite a bit, never mind. It's just the last few steps, because no nitrogen.
So you just need that provided? Is that what this, freezer's for?
Oh, what?
The cryogenic freezer.
That thing is to make prismatic acid.
What? Okay, I guess, bro.
Liquid nitrogen will be made separately in the chemical building.
I really like how this floor looks. I need to thinking of how I want to build these walls, because this floor plan is actually pretty decent for the Prismarine netherite line building.
Where is this going? Did I not filter storage bus somewhere?
And these algae things look so dumb.
Is there a bunch of comb in mainnet right now? Oh yeah, there would be. Oh shit.
Oh, you're just gonna make the gas in the passive building, I guess. Fair enough.
Oh, you should see what I have there. Actually, can you help with that? I have 40 ZPM. Oh, they're not done. What do you mean? Oh, the damn ABSs, did they power fail? I think they're stuck.
They might have power failed. I don't know. Hold on. I'm just checking if the system worked overnight. Oh yeah, it did. Okay.
Dude, that's so sad.
We have.
It was crafting Piconium for like an hour, and now it's power failed. I hate that.
I ran out of steam. Let me change that real quick. Let me make a recipe.
Oh, need more than that.
Yeah, I had to go to some the raid. That's why I left like midway through the session.
Wait a minute. Do we only have one? Oh no! Dude, we have a singular lone ABS making the Piconium.
Yeah, that's the ZPM one, because we only had like one ZPM hatch. And
I
was
need
just tossing it around.
16,000!
Awkward.
ZPM hatches are easy now.
Yeah, they
We
weren't
don't have
before.
time for this. I was gonna be done
that
stream an
sounds like
hour
a-
ago. I fucking hate GTNH. I'd never get to finish stream even remotely on time. Because, oh,
That's
we're out
why
of
I hate-
tungsten! Just fucking 4 hours.
That's why I hate like trying to make a stream with that, because I know it's not gonna.
Means if I want to do anything else with my day, I can't. Man, why is StarTech taking so long? Gee, I wonder. Fucking shit, dude.
Oh, I need to drop with the steam, I think, for this. Let's see.
Listen, oh, did I seriously cover the entire bottom half? There we go.
Yeah, having power goggles is a lot of fun, actually, especially because of the power infrastructure upgrading. I recommend you make them. Because then you can watch the base go to 0% power when one of the laser hatches goes rogue.
How long are you guys thinking?
It
That's
depends.
Hecuba.
Because I don't know if I want to end stream with Prismarine line or this tungsten line. This tungsten line will be done in like a minute. But Prismarine
Tungsten
line. Yeah, I just have a B. The
Honestly,
Prismarine line, though, I don't know, because we have to finish up... Oh, no, nitrogen's gonna need a bunch of centrifuges. I need, like, 16 or 32 IV centrifuges.
just make it the next stream called Prismarine 9 for real this time.
You know, I didn't say I would finish it today,
Version
that is
2.
true. If I just make a stream that's a finishing Prismarine line...
Yeah, there you go. We have to finish
then
it that
there's
stream.
there's a hard time limit, and it doesn't have to be a long stream. Clueless.
There you go.
That's what we'll do.
Default. Tropical. Start. Just did
Problem
a
is, I
world
also
reset on the
haven't
server.
eaten.
Ooh, that's not good.
Should I say what
I
we're
set
doing?
up
Because
my-
we were gonna do it on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna speedrun Terra Firma, Greg. We're gonna get a bucket in 2 hours. Metal bucket. Which is welded from red and blue steel in a red steel anvil. So,
I made a
it's
logo
little bit-
for this. It's very simple, but I think it sums it up. Hi, chat.
Florbin, while I'm doing this, though, you can probably fill out your notes a little bit more. Or did you? No, you basically did.
I did, yeah.
Because we haven't
Oh, do
fully
you
routed.
mean?
We're not entirely sure what's happening on the later half of the run.
Yeah, the second half of the run is pretty bad on notes, honestly.
In fact, I don't
Could be
think you're
better.
going to be getting food. Food is very unnecessary.
On like the second hour, or like after an hour and a half, we start running out of initial food that we collect.
Okay, my system works. It just needed power. Everything else was all configured properly, so now we have proper tungsten. And it's very upgradable, much like everything else in this bee building. I set up so many bee systems today. And yesterday, but, next time we'll actually finish Prismarine line. I do want to get those air intakes placed, if possible, though we don't have enough speed for it. Master X, I'll at least show you what I have planned here, though, because it's a little bit outlandish. Do you know how Megavac wall sharing works?
Yeah.
Come to the chemical processing area.
In what building?
Chemical processing, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing it at like 10k ping. I'm working on it. Where are you? Oh, you're putting it here. Oh, good grief.
So, no, I'm not. Go under here. So,
Oh.
I did the math. With 256 parallels, ZPM is the optimal tier to put a Megavac freezer, because it fills all 256 of those parallels perfectly, and essentially acts as a perfect overclock. This is 4 Megavacs, and this will now output around 900 buckets of liquid air every single second. Can you calculate how many centrifuges that is?
Wait, how many?
900.
How much air?
Now, 900 liquid air per second.
Let's see, liquid air, and then what are you doing with liquid air? You're centrifuging it for nitrogen?
Yep.
Surely there's a better source for nitrogen.
This is what Soy and Nine both said. The only other way would be ender pearls, which are kind of not as scalable.
We have an Enderman cruelty factory in one of our PDIMs, so...
We're not gonna be taking a looting spike to Stargate, okay?
Hey,
Why
guys,
not?
I'm gonna get my stream started.
Okay.
I'll know when you're ready when you join the speedrun server. All right.
Oh, yeah, I still have to make a stream for speedrunning, but I'm sure it's not that bad. It's easy.
But yeah, I don't think I have time to really do anything here, but basically we'll just need a bunch of centrifuges, and I have the air intake hatches right now.
Okay,
or have
well,
some of them.
The centrifuge for liquid air is ULV power, and it's only 74 seconds, so it's gonna get overclocked to, like, absolute
Yeah, but
hell.
the thing is, it's an inefficient overclock, and with so many of them, like, it's... Let me check. Is there was there a parallels per voltage tier? Okay,
on
there
the
is.
centrifuge, yeah.
I'd probably put all of them on Ivy. I don't know how many we'd need like that.
And it's 225% speed. So...
Maybe we can just calculate that and end this stream. And back to back start another one. Oh, hold on.
My ears.
Fire alarm's going off. I'm just gonna
Your
end
house is burning
stream.
down.
I hope it's